Good morning, everybody. Happy September and happy Monday to you. Are you ready for some videotapes? It's Golden VCR. Silence. Hi. Oh, wow. Jace and Pokemon Princess. Well, congrats on your new jobs. Good luck to you. Hey, and we had a 10-month resub from Sage of Stars and a 10-month resub from Aaron the Baron. Dang, y'all, thank you. Those are some... It took me, when I started doing this, I didn't realize that when someone subs, there's, the amount of time that they have been a subscriber, and then there's also the amount of time that they are resubscribing for. And those of you renewing multi-month subscriptions now, thank you so much. I'm glad you're able to take advantage of the September deal. Oh, there was a hype train. I had OBS open, but I must have missed the hype. Well, that's great. Hey, I heard you liked the military-industrial complex and U.S. invasions of the Middle East. This one's about the Gulf War. It's produced by the Navy in cooperation with General Dynamics. We're not going to watch it today. I just had it in a box because I got it in a thrift store a few months ago. What we're going to watch now is something a little more chill. Let's see. I feel like it's been a while since we've started off in substitute teacher mode with a nature documentary. This is from the Video Classics series. This is one of the greatest hits of National Geographic, The Rainforest. Encounter wonders great and small in the tropical forests of Costa Rica. This ought to be good because it's one of the best. It's highlighted in their series of good tapes. And I was recently reminiscing about being in 4th grade and doing a rainforest project and making rain sticks. So this will bring me back. Take a spectacular journey. It starts right here. The tropical rainforests of the world are home to nearly half the animal species on Earth, an estimated 5 million different life forms. More than 100 inches of rainfall each year sustain this lush environment, where some of the most fascinating examples of natural adaptation can be found. Journey to the dense rainforests of Costa Rica and watch as leaf-cutting ants carry sections of leaves many times their way to underground fungus gardens. A basilisk lizard walks on water, and howler monkeys bask in the sun. I'm trying to jazz it up a little bit. Fascinating and thought-provoking, this film is an eloquent warning of the natural wonders that we stand to lose on a world scale if human encroachment of the world's rainforest continues. And then it has the Jesus Christ lizard, as the basilisk is often called. Gets its name for its ability to dash across the surface of a stream. So, let's check this out. This was sent in by Sombra Noir. We were pretty set on that geotapes for a while. Thanks in large part to Sombra Noir. This was kind. Private viewing without charge. Yes, yes. I think that counts.
to better understand our world, ourselves, and our future, this program is made possible by the people of Chevron. Chevron, giving thought to television.
Yay, big oil companies. You make the world a better place in every possible way. Chevron definitely not doing anything bad to the rainforest.
Before the ice ages, when the world was warm and humid, forests like these covered much of the earth. And it was here through eons of geological time that a profusion of life evolved. The remnants of these primordial jungles are the rainforests of today. They are home to half of all the animal species on Earth.
Chevron was paying the environment an exposure.
The forest, there is seldom more than a fleeting glimpse of this abundance. When they are seen, the animals are often revealed as strange and splendid examples of natural perfection and adaptation.
I think this is mostly today going to be a chill substitute teacher mode, camera off for a large majority of it kind of stream. Oh my god, that golden beetle. So I hope you all enjoy vibing to tapes. My promise is that there will be no war. There may be death because it's National Geographic, but we're not gonna have war today.
Myriad in their diversity and sometimes bizarre in
Probably
form.
boys.
These creatures give
boys.
the somber forest a special mystery and splendor.
Kitty. Rainforest. This program was originally produced in 1983. It's got these very classic early 80s titles. Vor, what is it good for?
Endless rains and high temperatures create the steamy atmosphere in which rainforests thrive. These conditions occur now only in a narrow belt around the equator, where forests blanket some 3 million square miles of the Earth's tropics. Within this belt lies the small Central American country of Costa Rica, which possesses one of the richest natural endowments on Earth.
Well, that's very spicy. I love their frog prophet.
When Columbus landed here in 1502, he found a mountainous land of rivers and forests like those he'd seen 10 years earlier in Hispaniola. Then, in what is perhaps the first description ever of a rainforest, Columbus wrote, "Its lands are most beautiful and filled with trees of 1,000 kinds and tall, and they seem to touch the sky. And I am told that they never lose their foliage, as I can understand, for I saw them as green and as lovely as they are in Spain in May." But it was partly from the early explorers that some popular misconceptions arose. For many, the first glimpse of a rainforest was from the rivers that flowed through them. The forest seemed impenetrable, a tangled mass of undergrowth through which a man could only hack a path with difficulty. But in reality, the dim interior is more open and usually easy to move about in. Little light penetrates the dense canopy, and so undergrowth is sparse. Only a thin layer of leaves covers the ground. A coral snake searches for a place to drink and finds enough rainwater in a curled leaf. The bright bands
Snake
of color
coming.
warn predators that
Oh,
it's
he
poison.
drinky. I don't want to meet that snake, but it's so cute that he drinky. Thank you for the 10-month resub, Bella Bunny. Snake coming.
So subdue it, put it down. What he was saying was, snake coming. Snake coming. Subdue it. Put it down. Snake.
You're welcome. It is fun to be able to just pause the
Below
VCR
this
and
thin
play
layer
random
of leaves
clips.
lies the forest soil, and a paradox. For the luxuriant vegetation
I
of a
really do want to
rainforest
automate
is often
that.
based on impoverished soil.
But I would have to build
The
like an
explanation
Arduino with
lies
an
in the way the
infrared
forest
thing to
recycles its
control the
nutrients.
VCR.
Dead trees and fallen leaves rot quickly, and the nutrients are rapidly reabsorbed by fungi and tiny roots near the surface. The entire system is so efficient that little is lost, and fully 95% of the rainforest's nutrients are held in the living vegetation, hardly any in the soil. To shed its old skin, the coral snake rubs its body against rough surfaces in the leaf litter. A male poison arrow frog is courting a female. With his monotonous song, he will try to entice her to follow him under a leaf where they'll mate.
I love arm snake.
The male leads the way. She follows. Within the shelter of a curled leaf, she'll lay her eggs, and the male will fertilize them. She has produced 5 eggs in a cluster of jelly and will stay nearby until they're ready to hatch. Workers from a colony of leaf-cutting ants are harvesting leaves to take back to their nests. their scissor-like jaws, they easily cut the leaves to manageable size. But some skill is needed for the next stage.
That's a
when
beautiful
the leaf is
cheese hammer.
hoisted into position for the journey ahead. For some, the problem may be too much help. For others, just a sudden puff of wind. But they're the exceptions. For most ants, it's only the first step in the long trek back to the nest, which may be 100 yards or more away. They follow a chemical trail laid down by the workers that first scouted this tree, so they seldom go astray.
Those are some big, fuzzy ants. I don't like that. When I was a young boy, our childhood home had an ant infestation. And it was awful. And it made me really not like ants. It's what happens when you build your home in ant territory. Which, as it turns out, is most places. Ants do
The
own
leaf
the
fragments
earth.
that they carry are not for eating. Instead, they are employed by the ants at a remarkable system of farming. The leaves are used to culture the fungus that is the only food source for the ants and their brood.
Like, that's a little too
Here
much
in the
wiggling.
underground garden, the leaves are cut into much smaller pieces and carefully cleaned, probably to remove any spores that might contaminate the pure culture. The leaf edges are chewed to a wet pulp, and a clear droplet of body fluid is added to create the perfect foundation for the precious fungus that sustains the colony. This is not the work of leafcutter ants. The insects that create these patterns are seldom seen during the day. In daylight, insects are more vulnerable to predators, so many feed only at night, leaving their mark everywhere in the understory of the forest. But some insects are active by day, and this morpho butterfly is a brilliant target for a jacamar. Before it can be swallowed, the wings must be removed.
Fungosi. Okay.
Great agility and keen eyesight make this anole lizard a formidable predator on small insects. Nearby, a female is shedding. Her old skin is too nutritious to be wasted. She eats every bit of it. The female is in his territory, and by staying, she shows that she is willing to be courted.
Reptiles have too much skin.
He displays to her by flashing his brilliant dewlap. A performance like this is both a signal to the female and proclaims his territory.
Boo. A dewlap and a beard are different things. Oh no, look away, children.
The female will remain here now, and they'll mate frequently over the next few days.
Oh, he's so leafy.
Its body blending perfectly with the leaves, a praying mantis settles in a patch of sunlight created by a fallen tree. When a great tree falls, a gap is created in the forest canopy. It is in these sunny spaces that the forest regenerates itself. The seedlings of most forest trees cannot survive in shade. To flourish, they need light. So the competition for space around a fallen tree is intense. And for every sapling, there is a clinging vine competing for a place in the sun. But in this gap, there's a tree that always has clear growing space around it. This species of swollen thorn acacia has evolved a remarkable system of defense. For as soon as a sapling or vine touches it, ants that live on the acacia attack the intruder. They cross onto the touching vine and cut through its leaf stems. In a short time, their work is done, and the vine will lose its leaves, wither, and die. Most forest trees have evolved poisonous chemicals in their leaves to stop insects from eating them. But the acacia is edible and would soon be destroyed were it not for the vigilance of the ants. Any insect that lands on this acacia soon learns its error, for the ants bite and sting viciously. In return for their protection, the tree completely supports the ants. It secretes for them a sugar-rich solution, which they drink from little nectaries between the leaves. On the tips of some leaves in each acacia, unique structures are grown especially for the ants. They are rich in protein and vitamins and are taken by the ants to feed their larvae. It's here, within the large hollow thorns of the acacia, that the ants rear their brood. Some of these larvae will mature into fertile adults with wings and fly away to start another colony on a seedling tree. These young basilisk lizards forage along the river's edge. They live in the territory of this adult male, who tolerates them and probably fathered them. But he allows no other adult male to intrude here.
I'm sorry.
The female is exclusively his.
I'm sure there are plenty of human father-child relationships that could be described that way. Who tolerates them and probably parented them. Oh, the... I love that it's called the Jesus Christ lizard. And it's like the least graceful and... it's just so silly looking.
So subdue it, put it down. What he was saying was, snake coming. Snake coming. Subdue.
I'm so glad we got that one clip out of the Jesse Duplantis televangelist sermon tape that we watched all of 5 minutes of. So you never know what you're going to find, even in the worst of tapes.
Flowers are attractive to the leaf cutters as well, and many end up in the fungus gardens. Spider monkeys move as easily through the canopy as the puma through the forest's understory. Towering 100 feet above the forest floor, the canopy harbors more tree-dwelling creatures than any other habitat on Earth.
Slither Goodwill.
Treetops mingle and interlock to create a self-contained world. Many of its inhabitants never leave its sunny spaces to venture below.
It is quiet nature Monday. At least for now. If y'all want to... If there's a tape y'all want to see next, feel free to nominate it.
A three-toed sloth feeds in the hot sun, while a mother carries her baby into the cool shade within the canopy.
I've promised no war today. which, looking at these tapes, that means we can't do the winning of World War II. We can't do the Great Indian Wars. We can't do the Gulf War. Cool airplanes that blew up people in the Gulf War. We have a lot of Christmas tapes. I'm gonna have to figure out how soon we have to start doing Christmas tapes, because we have so many of them. Some tapes about cheese would be good. If we could find, like, I don't know, How to Become a Cheesemonger from 1986 or something like that, that would be excellent. Oh, look at his little mouth. Red Skeleton bloopers. Yeah, that is the first tape on my shelf. It's also one that I've seen at the thrift store like a million times. It's like the other blooper tape that we watched, but all Red Skeleton, and I hope to God with no nudity. I guess in Canada, yeah. I have to say I've never seen any Don Cherry tapes at thrift stores in North Carolina, but you probably don't see a lot of, like, Gaither Gospel and random televangelists. Although, I'm sure there's a market for weird televangelists in Canada, too.
A lie-in-wait lizard remains perfectly motionless. It's a strategy that serves it well. By keeping still, the lizard is overlooked by both predator and prey, and an unsuspecting victim can be pounced on from above. Rainforests seldom get less than 100 inches of rain in a year. Some even exceed 400 inches. And so most of the leaves in the humid understory of the forest are specially adapted to drain water from their surface as quickly as possible. If water stays on them, the leaves may rot or become host to tiny plants that may do damage. These drip tips ensure that the leaves will dry quickly.
Drip tips. We could do an eyewitness. What do we have left? We could do jungle or mammal.
The forest floor can usually absorb rain as it falls, but when the rains are particularly heavy, the forest becomes saturated.
Halloween's coming up,
Water
so we'll
runs
finally
off
do
to flood
skeleton.
the surrounding rivers, flushing fallen trees and debris out to sea.
Like, we're kind of getting jungle right now, right? But so maybe we do mammal next. Oh man, another FolkArt. We do have walls and
A
furniture.
line of rotting vegetation is left on the beach, and a shy agouti forages among it for fruits.
Eyewitness dong, Spellabunny, does not seem... I mean, I'm sure they could make it interesting and enlightening. But I don't know if we would want to be watching the
These paper
behind-the-scenes
wasps
segment
are
for that
drying
one.
their nest. Constructed of wood pulp, it would soon soak up the rain if the wasps didn't drink the water and spit it over the edge.
The other two tapes I randomly picked off the shelf to potentially watch today, although we don't have to, are Marty Stufer's Wild America Backyard Wildlife, about like coyotes and stuff. It's only 30 minutes. It's only 30 minutes, and look at that face. Look at Marty. Please focus
The
on
adults
Marty's
take so
beautiful
much
portrait.
care and trouble because in
Oh,
each
well.
of the cells is a developing wasp, and their entire brood could be destroyed by a heavy downpour.
And then I also have The Magic
As each larva
Sword,
grows,
starring
the
Basil
wasp
Rathbone and
enlarges
Gary
cell
Lockwood,
by adding another layer of pulp and saliva to the
which
outside
just
rim.
looks like a very generic
And when the nest
swashbuckling
begins to warm in
movie
the
from
sun, they cool their brood
30s
by
or 40s.
rapidly vibrating their wings to create a current of air.
Yeah, I would agree. Oh, it's actually from 1962. There's a riff tracks of it.
The eggs of a poison arrow frog have hatched, and the female carries two tiny
It has a
tadpoles in her
29%
back.
on Rotten Tomatoes.
While they are developing into frogs, they have to be in water. She takes them up a tree to a site she has chosen in a bromeliad plant.
There's a poll. We won't necessarily watch The Magic Sword next. We'll probably end with it. If we watch it. I will follow up with another
She will
poll for
deposit them in rainwater
the next
held
tape.
in a bromeliad. She makes her way down a leaf to a small pool at its base. And here she submerges her tadpoles until they release their grip and leave her back.
Geez, y'all are not engaged with democracy
The
today.
tadpoles will complete their development in this tiny pool.
We've only
In
got
6
10
to 8
votes
weeks, they'll
out of
emerge as
50
frogs
viewers.
and return to the forest floor.
That's fine. I figure most people are just here for the vibes. Okay.
Army ants are on the move. They build no permanent nests,
I feel ya.
constantly comb the forest for their prey.
I'm making one more poll, and this one will be longer, so if you're doing stuff,
This species preys only on the larvae of social insects.
you'll have 3 minutes.
Here they attack a nest of paper wasps.
For the next tape, we can do
Trace of such
either
an
Eyewitness
onslaught,
Mammal,
nothing
One
the
Stroke,
wasps can do.
FolkArt Furniture, or
They
Red
abandon
Skeleton
their brood
Bloopers.
to the voracious horde,
If you care,
soon strip the nest
Go vote.
of all life.
looks like we might be stroking. Yes. It is not red skeleton, in fact. No eyewitness dogs, Bella.
They take their plunder to a bivouac on the underside of a fallen log. Here, by linking special hooks at the ends of their legs, they form long hanging chains. Through sheer numbers, these strands mesh together to form the living fabric of the nest.
Pandora.
Within the nest, strands of workers interlock to create chambers for the queen and brood. At night, the forest teems with a different life. It's now that most of the leaf-eating insects emerge.
This is some good 1983 nature documentary, jazzy, synthy music. Like, they're really scoring this well. Okay, our next tape will be One Stroke Furniture, then we'll do Eyewitness Mammal, and then we might do one more, and then we'll do the Magic Sword. That's our plan. But for now, please enjoy the rainforest.
To survive the ravages of insects, most plants have evolved toxic compounds that protect their leaves.
Oh,
But
little
insects,
bubble
in
boy.
turn, have developed immunity to the chemicals. So together they have evolved, insect and plant. Until now, most insects have become such specialized feeders that they can only eat the leaves of one particular plant, or only one family of plants. This harlequin beetle spends most of its life as a larva concealed within dead wood. But now, as an adult, it emerges to find a mate. The beetle is host to a resident colony of mites that finds refuge in the creases and folds of its back. Also riding on the beetle are pseudoscorpions that prey on the mites.
Oh, good.
Held in the powerful jaws of the tarantula, the katydid has no chance, and its struggles soon cease. A stick spider suspends
look
itself
at him.
head down above
Little
a leaf
fuzzball.
on which its prey might walk.
What a great
Its web
name.
is held by the tips of its 4 front legs.
The name is generated without any context of the image, but that image and name went so well together. It really does seem to pick up on the vibes of the description you give it. What, like anytime I write something really ooh-woo, it gives me a very ooh-woo creature.
Green leaf frogs gather near a forest pool to mate. The males wait near the water to intercept females as they arrive.
Okay, that one's a little horrifying.
Clasping the much larger female, the male will stay with her now until she has laid her eggs.
Aw, Floofy.
She selects a leaf directly above the water, and as she lays her eggs, the male fertilizes them.
So subdue it, put it down. What he was saying was, snake coming. Snake coming. Subdue.
The cat-eyed snake isn't interested in the frogs. He is after their eggs. And as egg-laying has been going on for several days, he will easily find others.
Oh my god, look at those little frog babies flipping and dipping around and getting eaten by a snake. It's boba for snakes. When people talk about how, like, there has to be an intelligent designer behind creation, I don't know, man. It seems really inefficient and weird that we have to, like, eat each other.
Many snakes are attracted to the pool when the leaf frogs are laying.
If I were designing this system,
all the eggs.
I would make it so we didn't have to, like, eat each other. You know, if I had a blank slate, could just do whatever. I feel like there are better ways of arranging creation.
Water. In this case, a stream. The male remains close to the eggs until they're ready to hatch. His presence probably deters flies and other insects that would harm them. On a rainy night, about 2 weeks after the eggs are laid, the vigil of the male ends when the emerging tadpoles drop into the stream below.
Yeah, there's no such thing as perfect in life. You can learn this a number of ways. Live long enough and you'll figure it out.
But the frogs do not always manage to lay their eggs directly above water. However, the tadpoles are specially equipped with reflexes that help them cope with this situation.
Oh, look at them scruffy birds.
The first rays of sun warm the forest, and a mist rises up the great mountain mass that divides Costa Rica, separating the forests of the Atlantic coast from those of the Pacific. High in these mountains, the forest receives moisture from direct contact with the clouds, and the vegetation changes imperceptibly. Many of the creatures found here can live only at these cooler heights, and it's here at the very top of the mountain that a rare mating ritual occurs. It takes place only during the few days of the year when contact of cloud and forest is at its greatest, when enough water has collected to form the few small pools in which golden toads lay their eggs. These toads occupy an area of mountaintop no greater than 1 square mile.
Cranky
They
bird.
have been
Aw,
found
I love
nowhere
Cranky
else
bird.
on Earth.
I would adopt Cranky bird.
The golden males gather at these pools and fight for possession of one of the drab females. Once firmly established on her back,
God,
the
rude.
male is usually secure in his conquest and can easily repel
One
any
of the
further
drab
challenge.
females. That sounds like something J.D. Vance would say. Oh my god, it's Cranky Bird again.
Long strings of eggs are laid in the tiny pool, and if the misty weather persists long enough to maintain the pool, another generation of golden toads will be produced. Bellbirds announce their territories from the tops of the tallest trees. A pair of resplendent quetzals are digging out a nest in a dead tree. The males are considered the most beautiful birds in the Western Hemisphere. The ancient Mayas and Aztecs so revered the quetzal that only royalty and nobility were allowed to wear the magnificent feathers in their ceremonial costumes. To kill the bird was a crime. They were simply caught and released after their long plumes had been plucked.
Come on, don't clear cut the rainforest.
It's gonna get dark soon.
At the present rate of destruction, most countries will lose their rainforests within our lifetime.
Oh yeah, National Geographic documentaries tend
There are
to,
hundreds of thousands of unique and
if there's a
irreplaceable
bummer,
life
they're going to end on the bummer.
survive nowhere else. Many will become extinct even before they have been described by science. Their importance to nature's balance and their possible contribution to human welfare will never be known. But at last, some countries are beginning to realize that rainforests justify their existence simply by being there. And tiny Costa Rica, by its example, has become a world leader in conservation. 1/4 of its land is given some measure of protection, and a full 8% is permanently protected in national parks. If other nations will follow Costa Rica's example, there is hope. But it is a race against time, because in the hour it has taken to view this film, some 3,000 acres of the world's tropical rainforest have been destroyed.
Well, that's the rainforest. National Geographic, 1983. Global deforestation peaked in the 1980s and has slowed down since then, but it's still happening in an alarming way. Not to mention, like, you know, habitat loss from climate change and ecological tumult. Like, I know Brazil has passed stricter legislation in recent years, but it's also, like, super corrupt and easy to just ignore the regulations.
We hope you have enjoyed this presentation from the National Geographic Video Library.
Razor-sharp teeth, fearsome jaws.
All right.
The shark is every swimmer's nightmare.
We've seen these promos before, I think. That was National Geographic from the Video Classics series, The Rainforest. What have we learned? Did we learn that?
So subdue it. Put it down.
There are snakes coming.
Was, snake coming.
A snake can be coming at any time.
Snake
you never know.
Coming. Subdue it. Put it down. Snake.
All right. FolkArt one stroke. Walls and furniture. You wanted more chill vibes. And you're gonna get it. This is not how to paint images of walls and images of furniture. This is how to paint your typical Donna Dewberry one-stroke flowers and such onto walls and onto furniture, which I'm excited about. Look at those sheer curtains. They look kind of gross. A 1-hour instructional video. Learn to paint walls and furniture with Donna Dewberry. FolkArt one stroke. Painting made easy. Prepare palette. Load brush. Paint. From Plaid Enterprises, Norcross, Georgia. You're going to need these supplies. God, that's a lot of paint. It probably... Mallory is not here, to tell us, but I imagine it's not like the highest quality paint, but it's probably still pretty expensive to buy all this stuff. Wicker white, sunflower, rose garden, thicket, plum chiffon, school bus yellow, yellow light, yellow ochre, dioxazine purple, floating medium. Then you need the brush set, a 1-inch flat brush, the large scruffy brush, that's our favorite, 1.5-inch flat brush, a regular scruffy brush, sponge, painter's pencil, brush basin, and then some optional teaching guides. So I hope you've gathered all of those supplies with you. And we are ready for FolkArt, one stroke, walls and furniture. Once again, thank you to everybody who's resubbing, etc. here on this beautiful September morning. As a reminder, I think, yeah, Twitch is still doing the matching thing for Cheers over 300 bits, which is very nice. But I ain't here to shill. I'm here to watch tapes. So let's watch FolkArt, one stroke, walls and furniture with Donna Dewberry. Oh, I want to paint Bear Chair. I want to paint an image of Bear Chair onto a bear chair. Here we go with FolkArt. This is from the year 2000. And it was sent in by no one. I found it at the thrift store. And I think we had already seen some FolkArt at that point. And I was like, yeah, I could do more of that. Come on, Donna, where you at? There we go. Oh my god, what? Holy hell. Sorry, this Tim and Eric animation of Donna's hands. Oh god, I love it so much. Oh, somebody clip that, please.
Hi, I'm Donna Dewberry. I'm going to teach you how to paint on walls and furniture. I painted over 1,200 homes before I started teaching. And I'm teaching you today
okay.
my one.
All right, we'll do it again. We'll do it again. We'll do it again so I can record it. All right. It's incredibly Tim and Eric. I love it. It's very Where's My Chippy. Wildflower, topiary tree, armoire, headband,
Hi, I'm Donna Dewberry.
We got so
I'm
many
going to
things.
teach you how to paint on walls and furniture. I painted over 1,200 homes before I started teaching. And I'm teaching you today my one-stroke technique, which is very quick and easy, and you're going to love how easy you can pick up the technique and paint on your walls. What I've got to show you first are my brushes. And my brushes that I do my strokes with are flat brushes, from very small to very large. This brush, the large brush, is the new one I have for my walls. It's thin, ferruled. We have long, flat bristles and a good chisel, which is very important. Then we have the scruffy brush.
Does Donna have
the scruffy brush
a
is
charm
all
necklace?
natural fibers, natural hairs, and what you do with this is that you pounce this, really fan it out before you use it, and I have large one available too. So
Donna's got some serious rings.
And the last brush I have is a script liner, and the script liner has long bristles, very good
I have an
detail
aunt
work with those
who
bristles.
is similarly
Now I
like
want to show you how to load each brush. The
into
first
rings.
brush is the 3/4
Doesn't
inch
everyone
flat.
have an aunt that just wears like
And with the
excessive
flat
golden
brush, we're
rings
gonna
all over the
dip
place?
Each corner into a color. We pick up like triangles on the corner, and then we're going to stroke back and forth, pushing very hard.
That's my
Now
Auntie
this
B.
brush needs to be dampened first, then laid on a paper towel, and
Auntie B
then
has always had the
you
most
load it,
impressive hair
dipping
and the
each
most
corner,
the most
usually
gaudy,
about 3
impressive
times,
jewelry.
working very hard into the brush. And then at this point, you're ready to paint. Now, the next brush I'm going to show you how to load is the scruffy brush. This brush is real fluffy.
Congrats
You're going to pounce
on the
it
bingo
straight
win.
into your
let me
paint.
give you some points.
1/2 white, 1/2 purple, and it's very important that this brush is dry when you start painting. Now see how it looks when it's totally
If you don't
rubbed?
know who your
Really push paint
excessive
into
jewelry
that
ant
bristle.
is, it's you.
Now,
You're
the
the
last
excessive
brush I'm going to
jewelry
show you
ant.
how to load is the script liner. It's the only brush I use water with. This brush I dip into water 2 or 3 times, making a circle on the outer edge of the puddle of paint, dipping in here.
You can use
circling
water with all the
until
paints.
Just a nice
You should be
inky
routinely
consistency. You don't
spritzing your
want it to be
palette
too
and your
watery,
canvas.
and you don't want it too thick. And then you roll your brush and pull out, and then we're ready to paint.
Are you gathering your supplies? I was told to pause. It seems unnecessary, but they made me do it. Oh, I love the Comic Sans. Are you in my house? Oh, thanks. What are you doing in my house? Oh, that's very sweet of you. Thanks.
What I would like to do now
that's right.
is show you
That's
how
right.
to paint some of the flowers that we're going to paint. And I'm going to start
Oh,
with
well,
our
thanks for
stems
doing
because I want to put the stem in first, and then we're going to add our
Bye.
flower on it. And what I'm going to do is
People are
load my
clamoring
brush
for
with
Crayola
sunflower and thicket. And then we're going to practice on my reusable teaching guides.
Yep.
I have numerous teaching guides where you can pick them up and practice on them. It's like with the teacher strokes at home with you. They're very good because they're reusable and you can wipe them off after you practiced. So I'm going to load my brush. Watching the arrows, I follow the teaching guide, lift, wipe off, and practice again. See that? And it makes it really easy for you to learn. The technique's so simple, you're going to be amazed how quickly you can learn how to paint something that you're really proud of. What we're going to do first of all is I'm going to paint a stem and then show you also, let's pick up some floating medium on this brush. I'm going to show you to do the leaf, we're standing on the chisel, standing up, pushing, standing up.
All right. Well, you wanted it. You got it.
on
it's
the
60
chisel.
minutes of
I'm
FolkArt with
leading
Donna.
with the lighter color. And let me show you one more time how we're going to come up,
This isn't a wall or furniture.
stand up to the chisel, turn the brush, and come down to make your leaf folded. Now, see I have the spot
don't know
here that
about
I'm not
that.
too happy with because it didn't make it all the way up and around. So I need more paint on my brush, need a little bit more floating medium. I go right over the stroke, push, stand up, turn the brush. Now look how good that is. And it's blended, shaded, and highlighted in one stroke. The leaf I was just practicing earlier on the teaching guide, we went out, in, out, in, out, in, and this makes more of a poppy leaf, which is what I'm going to practice with what we're going to paint next on the walls. What I've done on the teaching guide is we practice a smooth leaf. Well, we're doing the same thing, but we're watching the green edge, and we're moving, instead of smoothly, we're going out, back in, out, back in, out, to our tip. And then we pull our stem in with the chisel edge of the brush. All right, isn't that easy? On this one, we can start here, smoothly pull down, pull the stem into it. And what helps you when you're starting these leaves is to put a V so you don't lay each half on top of each other. So you start on this side and then come back on this side smoothly and pull the stem in. Now I'm going to go clean out my brush in the water basin. The water basin is very important because that's how you learn how to keep your brush clean, keep the bristles sharp and crisp, and your bristles will last longer that way. So you rake them in there and get the paint out of it. Don't let it dry in your ferrule of your brush, which is the silver part right here. Now what we're going to do is paint some of the flowers, and I'm going to pick up the purple and dioxazine purple and the wicker white, and we're going to paint an iris. And when I'm painting this iris, there's numerous ways to paint them. I've done a few different ones in the past, but I want to show you one where we're starting down here, the white's outward, we're going up, reverse the direction of the bristles, and come back down. We're going to do the same thing on this side. We're wiggling up. My handle of my brush needs to be straight up and down, and I need to put pressure on my bristles. Pick up more paint. On this side, we're going to wiggle up, reverse the direction, and come back down. Picking up fresh paint makes the shading and the blending better. All right, so as we're coming down, we're wiggling. I'm putting lots of pressure on my bristles, but my handle of my brush is staying straight up and down. So I want you to watch one more time on the opposite side, that movement. We're wiggling down. Now I'm switching the direction, sliding back up. Okay? And what happens is after that dries a few minutes, we'll put some yellow centers into that. But I want to jump over and teach you how to do the tulip really quick because you're going to like it. It's pretty similar to the strokes I was just doing. All right, so what we're doing is we're working up, make it a smoother tip, and come back down. As you notice, I'm doing the back bristles first, the back petals first, and then I'm adding another petal on top here. Add a petal this way, the white's going up, and we're sliding back down. And I'm going to add a little bit of school bus yellow because that yellow ochre is a little dark. And this is what's great about the technique is that you can take with one stroke and keep picking up and go right back on top of a stroke that you might not like or a color that you might need to intensify. All right, so then we keep layering from the back forward, stroke on top of stroke, until we get a tulip. Now see, what's the most important thing here is that we pick up white so we have a nice fresh white there. And you can see the layers of petals. Now let's do a poppy. This poppy's fun because he's really pretty easy. We're just layering again from the back to the front. We're going to take and really make rippled petals. The white edge is what I'm watching. I'm rippling out, in, out, and back. Picking up again, out, in, out. See, I'm wiggling out, sliding back. Then what we're going to do is take our small scruffy right here, and this one I'm going to put a little purple and white here. Really make it dramatic. And I'm going to show you later how we can match it to fabric, and this will be fun because we're just using another color instead of green in the middle or dark brown. Then we're going to come right on top of this, wiggle a front petal. And it's okay if it picks up a little bit of that color. I just think it adds to the shading and blending of it. Isn't that fun? Make another petal here. And you can do the bud the same way by coming up, rippling it, ripple the petal, and just layer. Okay, isn't that fun? Well, let's go paint it on the wall, and I'll show you step by step how we're going to add it to our wall. Now that you've learned the flowers, let me show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to match the fabrics in the room, and these are the colors. I'm using a darker, intense color for the purple, and the rose garden, and the green shades. So we match exactly the colors in our fabric, and now we're going to go paint it on the wall. All right, let's paint the iris. The first thing I'm going to do is work up, work back down, doing the back petals first, like I was showing you earlier. I'm going to have all 4 of these petals coming upward on this iris. I was telling you there's different irises and different shapes. Just pick out an iris you like and follow the petals on it. Layering petal on top of petal, and then coming down and then sliding back up, Coming down again on this side, reversing the direction and sliding back up. And I'm using my large 1-inch brushes on this. And I'm going to let that dry for a few minutes, and let's go to a tulip. With the tulip, I'm going to pick up school bus yellow, yellow ochre, and wicker white. I'm wiggling up. Oh, let's pick up some more paint. See how that was a little dry? You want to slide up, not wiggling quite as much, slide back down. Slide up on this side again, remembering the back petals first, and then we're going to pick up and do the front petals, layering one stroke upon one stroke until you build it right up to the front stroke, the front petal that you would see. And you might even do a little one hanging down. All right, and so then you'll layer and do shorter ones, smaller ones, and bigger ones on those. Now let me show you the poppy. I'm going to have a cluster of yellow tulips there. And then over here, come with a higher poppy. And I'm going to add a butterfly too when we get through, and you're going to like that because those are real fun. And then you can just put them up when we need a little bit of height on a wall. But we're wiggling out, in, out, in. And then we need to come in with our scruffy here, our small scruffy, and we want to pounce the center in while this back part's done first. Then we come in, put the scruffy in here, and remember I'm matching the fabric, and so there was a purple center on the fabric. And then we want to come back with our colors again, the rose garden and wicker white, and we paint that front petal. And if you notice, watch how I do this. I wiggle out, and then I slide, chisel edge, turn the white back in. Isn't that fun? Now what we want to do now is come in with the green, and I'm going to use my 1.5 inch flat brush, pull these stems down into where the baseboard is so that we can put some moss down on top of it. Right here, pulling that down, and it makes really nice long stems very simply. If you're on the chisel edge, always leading with the lighter color and pulling it down. Now let me show you how nice this large brush makes your large leaves. Look at this. Push, lift, push, lift. And I'm picking up more paint, having lots of paint on my brush, and usually you need floating medium on this one. So you're coming up, pushing hard, standing up, turning the brush, and pulling down. And remember, when I'm loading the floating medium, I take the brush totally full of paint, dip it in the floating medium, and then stroke. Now this guy, this poppy here has another type of leaf, and this leaf is rippled out, in, same thing, watching the dark green edge, and see how nice you get a big leaf really simply with this larger brush. Wiggling out and in for the other half, and then sliding to the tip. Now you want to make sure that you're pushing hard enough. The three things that are most important is that you push your handle straight up and down, and you wiggle with lots of pressure so that when you stand up, you're up on your chisel edge. And let me show you a butterfly, and then I'm going to paint the rest of my wall, and you're going to come back and see how it looks when it's all finished. All right, let's paint our butterfly. I've got yellow ochre and wicker white. I'm making a little petal where I'm pushing out the stroke. I'm touching, pushing, lifting back like a teardrop. Chisel, chisel. Then we're going to put the little body on with the inky green. We touch with the script liner, lift, touch, lift, touch, lift. Aren't those cute? Now let me show you with the yellow on the iris. We're going to come over here, pick up the yellow, and we're going to chisel little teeny strokes for this yellow here in the center. It makes a nice detail. That's the only time. You don't have to usually let things dry, but it's nice to let these dry so this is crisper looking, because I really don't want to have any purple in my shading on this. All right, and then to finish off, let me put a little bit of scruffy with the large scruffy, a little bit of pouncing down at the bottom, and I'm holding the yellow up. I'm not turning the brush. I'm holding it, and I'm moving my hand around. Now I'm going to finish it up. I want you to come back and see when I'm all done. Now don't you love those bright, vivid colors? This would look good in any room in your house. Let's practice our columbine and our sweet pea for a moment. I have a teaching guide that's available that makes it very easy for you to learn the strokes. We practice right on top of my strokes, wipe it off, and practice it again. So we're going to paint the same technique right here on our canvas where we're stroking up, down, and then picking up more paint. I've got plum chiffon and wicker white on this blossom that I'm doing, and I'm just layering, see, layering the strokes, and you want to make sure that you pick up a lot of plum and a lot of wicker white on each stroke so that it's nice and crisp each time you stroke the blossom. We also can make the little blooms by doing little teeny chisel edges downward and maybe a partial stroke. Now I want to paint some of the one-stroke leaves. We're going to come over to our palette here, push, turn, lift, push, turn, lift. Whichever direction I want to go, I make sure the green turns to the tip first. Push, turn, lift. Okay? And we pull the stem in using the chisel edge. Let's do that one more time. There's the one-stroke leaf. Pull your stem into the leaf, leading with the lighter color first. Also, you want to come down at the bottom of the blooms, chisel edging with the yellow going away from the blossom, chisel edge downward, little strokes downward, picking up fresh paint and pulling down. Now I'm going to flip this over and show you how to do the columbine. We're going to use berry wine and wicker white on this one, and we're going to pick up fresh paint, and let's go up here and practice. See where the arrows go? You practice following the movement of the arrows around, wipe it off, and practice again. Makes it very quick and easy to learn your strokes. So let's go ahead and paint one of these step by step, like you can learn on the teaching guide. I'm going to show you the step by step right here. We're going to take with the white down, rippling the white, making the bottom of your blossom. Little bit on both sides. Now watch this, it's really fun because I like putting what's inside the flower next because it would be up inside your flower instead of being on top. So what we want to do is before we put the top petals, we want to take our inky berry wine and we want to pull these little stems out from underneath. I grab here, pull away, all right? Now we want to take and add the top layer of your blossoms on top of this. So I'm building from the back forward, and it makes it very simple if you look at it that way. So what we want to do is lay this blossom, this petal, right on top of what you just painted, and it makes that look, the stems look like they're inside. All right? Now we want to do these little pieces right here, these little petals coming upward. And I pick up a little bit more berry wine with those, and I stroke one-stroke leaves, just like we practiced before, right up from there. Now look, if I don't like a stroke, see I don't like the way that one ended, I'm going to take, push, turn left, and stroke right back over it. Little one-stroke leaves, and now all we have to do, we can pull our stems in, but before we do that, I want to come here with the green and yellow on the script liner, and I want to just dot the bottoms, or the little tips of each one of those stems coming out of there. Then you can grab this and pull it up and we're ready to paint. Let's go paint on our wall. Now that we practiced the columbine and the sweet pea, let's put it at our chair rail here. It's going to be nice because it's very simple to paint because you don't have to get on a ladder. The first thing I do on a vine is I take and put the main vine first, leading with the yellow on the brush, the lighter color. And what we're doing is we're chisel edging. We're starting on the chisel, we're lifting up the yellow edge and dragging the green. And what's very important though is that we take this vine, we cross over and go the other direction. Start here, cross over that direction, start here, cross over, start here and cross over. And this makes a nice base for us to add all of our blossoms to. So then at this point, I can do a couple things. I can come in here and add a few leaves, or I can come in here and add the blossoms. But on this one, with our columbine, they kind of trail and hang over. So I'm going to make some of those vines hanging over. I'm I'm going to start here, make some more vines hanging over, because they fall, they hang over that way. So you kind of repeat it, but don't make it too close. And less is always better. Just remember that, because you can always go in and add more, but it's very hard to take away without repainting your whole wall. So I'm going to go ahead, while I have my large brush, I have my #1 brush. It's a 1-inch flat brush, and what I'm doing is I'm doing a larger leaf, and I'm picking up a little bit of white sunflower and thicket, and I'm adding just a few, one below the vine and one above the vine, and then go back and repeat that. I've got a little paint there. I just wipe it off. Just clean up as you go. Make sure that you have a wet wash rag when you're up so that you can wipe off any mistakes that you have that you don't like. So make sure that as you're painting these leaves, you're placing the vine, chisel edging the vine right into them, right here, right into them, okay? Now what I want to do is paint my columbine and my sweet peas on here. Let's start with the columbine, where we're picking up. Let's wet our brush, dry it, and then pick up our berry wine and our wicker white. And then what I'm going to do to make it easier, a little bit quicker, is I come along here and I make these bottom petals with the white going down, and before I put the stems coming out of them, I'm going to go ahead and paint a few of them. And it makes it quicker so that you can paint faster instead of completing each blossom and then going to the next blossom. And I might go down across the whole wall, picking up, painting the little blossom that's hanging, and then we'll come back and put the stems in. Okay, and then take our script liner. Remember, we want this inky, and we're going to pick up berry wine with the script liner, make it inky consistency, and we're going to pull that stem right from the center again, remembering that it's going to hang. So we're coming right from the center, dropping these little stems. Those turn out so pretty. I love the way they look when they're all done. They're so delicate and light looking. And this is a real sweet design that you can put in almost any room, except the boys' room, of course. We're going to pick up a little bit more berry wine and wicker white, and look, we're going to put that right on top of each one of those stems. Now all we have to do at this point is come back.
Wait, I missed it. Sorry. I wanna get this. How far back? Here? Sorry.
Remembering that it's going to hang. So we're coming right from the center, dropping these little stems. Those turn out so pretty. I love the way they look when they're all done. They're so delicate and light looking. And this is a real sweet design that you can put in almost any room, except the boys' room, of course. We're going to pick up a little bit more.
It is forbidden.
White, and look, we're going to put that right on top of each one of those stems.
That is a very strict.
Put our little one-stroke petals with more berry wine.
Really a foregone conclusion that you would never put it in a boy's
berry
room.
Wine, not so much white.
I think the implication is that it would turn your son gay to have flowers in his room.
Okay, a little bit on this side. All right, 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4. Now see, the worst case is that you come right back over and stroke over it again. Remember, don't be intimidated by it. It's really fun when you get into it. And then we're going to pick up some green and yellow.
I had to make a coffee for this donut.
Both on the script liner at the same time, and then I just dot it. Dot those bottoms. All right?
Oh, one-stroke skulls and flames? Hell yeah, that would be amazing.
Plum, chiffon, and wicker white. And then I would come right in here. And let's do...
I want One Stroke for Boys, hosted by Guy Fieri.
And it's kind of like the bottom of the columbine, but I'm going to keep layering. See, I'm adding 1. Pick up, see, if you notice, I just picked up white sometimes, not even the plum, depending on how the brush is looking. And that just happens with practice, where you learn which colors you should pick up next. We're going to do little trails of these right on top of here. Let's do a couple littler ones. I can pick up more white, not so much plum as I get to the bottom. And then we come in and fill in with green, the little one-stroke leaves, and some curlicues, and we're going to be finished. And you just repeat
I did
this
hear that
all
in
the
Guy's
way
voice.
around your room. But I'd like to do about a 4-foot stretch first.
I don't know if I can do a
Guy
Guy
Fieri.
Fieri.
If I'm going to like that design, or if I feel like it needs to be a little bit heavier. I'm chisel edging from those blossoms.
He has a very particular,
Got a little
like,
dark
vocal
on that,
character.
so we want to come in here with some little lighter leaves. Pull those in.
I don't think I can do Billy Mays because
Put our
in
little
my head,
strip liner,
I just hear the
curlicues.
Djibouti Dubs guy
And we have a real
from,
sweet
like,
design.
2009.
Now, isn't that fun? Now, remember, you can
Billy
paint any
Mays
color you want
here with
these
another
flowers. Pick anything
fantastic
that matches
product.
your
Like, that's
decor
not Billy
and have
Mays, that's
fun.
Djibouti Dubs. Hey everybody, I'm Guy Fieri and we're stroking out! No, that's not what he sounds like. I would really have to study Guy Fieri. Like, it's nasally, but it has a lot of, like, throat gurgle in it when he talks.
Well, I've got a fun project you're going to like, and one of the things that is most important about this is that we're on a stucco textured wall. And that's really why I started painting, because people had walls like this that you really couldn't put wallpaper. And what I've done is I've taken my pencil and I've drawn my shape that I want to put on the wall, whether it be an animal or a topiary like we're doing now. This is a topiary with an urn, and it's got 2 balls on it. So we're going to take, after we've traced this out, and then we're going to take our sponge and load our sponge and then paint in the shape. And I want to show you step by step what I would do first as I'm painting this. And the good thing is that the pencil with the water and the sponge will rub off as you're painting. So it disappears, you don't have to worry about lines. So we take our sponge, and we're going to use the straight edge of the sponge first. And we're going to come down, right down to our straight edge of the urn and follow the edges. I've got a tough backing on this, so you can take and push and follow that edge. And on this, it looks like I might need a little bit of brown on here, but I'm going to come back later and put the antiquing on here. Let me scoot over here a little bit so you can see this. And we're going to follow the lines. We're going to pick up a little bit of maple syrup. That was butter pecan I was working with first, but I think I'm going to need butter pecan and maple syrup on here. See how we're filling in the area? So that's your straight edge. We fill all this in, and we start at the bottom and work up. Then we're going to pick up more butter pecan and follow along our lines. Let's pick up a little, this background's a little darker, so see, I'm going to have to pick up a little bit more of the maple syrup. And you can make it really solid if you want to, but I'm not worrying about how solid it is. I'm going to turn my sponge around, use my round edge, and do the curve here, a little bit of curve in here. Smooth that out. Now I'm picking up a little bit of maple syrup, and then I'm coming down along my edge and then making circular motions to fill in. So you want the outer edge to be solid first.
I'm going to have to review
Now
these
what I've
clips
done
after the stream
I've
and
put my shape in, I've used my smaller sponge
feature them.
for the smaller elements of the urn, and then I've taken my 1.5 inch flat brush with floating medium, picked up maple syrup only on one edge, and I've gone back and I've antiqued, shaded like underneath certain parts of the urn to give it more detail. Then I'm going to take my number 12 flat, and that's what I paint in my handles. So I'm going to come right in here, paint the handles right on top. I'm going to need a little bit more maple syrup on that. And come right in here, paint those right up underneath, but on top. Then, when I'm making my main stalk going through the center of the topiary, I'm going to use the pointed edge of my sponge with maple syrup, and I'm going to come down here, and this is going to be my basis for my topiary. Because after I get through with that, I want to take my brush with butter pecan and maple syrup before I put any mossing down in here. I better bring this on down into here.
That's not
But before
right.
I put any mossing, I'm going to come back on top of this, and I want to take and make some loose branches like grapevine trailing around, and I'm on the chisel edge coming up, chisel edge coming up, so it looks like it's twisted around that main stalk. Then I can take the large sponge, make some circles in here of where I'm going to put the topiary, and the background can either be these brown tones, or we can pick up some greens, pick up a little bit of green on the same dirty sponge, and make the background of the topiary. And up here, same thing. Circular motions, getting it all ready for us to come back and put detail. And what's fun about this is you can almost leave it like that. We can take our scruffy then. We have the large scruffy, which is great for what we're doing.
It did break.
And I'm going to pound
so I'm going to
the browns and the greens.
Ghosts and friends are not working.
Maple syrup.
Well, let's see.
Remember, this brush has to be dry when I'm loading it. And then I'm going to pick up a little bit of white and green. So we have 4 colors on the scruffy.
Yeah, neither
all the
are
colors
working.
At
So
one time,
I'm going to be
and
debugging this
I'm
live.
pouncing in here. Need a little bit more brown. Pounce some moss kind of down around this base. Pick up more green. Don't be tight with your paint. You need to get a lot of paint, okay? A lot of paint on here. Then I like some that kind of trail over. A little bit down this way. A little bit over here. And then I'm going to go back and add some on the bottom later. But while you're down here, what's really fun is that we can come in with the maple syrup and we can add just a few little leaves all around here to give you the illusion that this is sculptured into the urn.
Tape boy had a 1-stroke. Yeah, it's okay,
yeah. Now all the moss is down
around
around the base and up here at the top. What I'm going to do is pick up a little bit more of my brown, my taupes and all, and then come in here, just here and there, just to give a little texture to your topiary. I'm going to put in a little bit more mossing. You can even put a little bit on the stem if you want to for fun. Okay, and now I'm going to come in with my purple. It would be the plum chiffon and the wicker white on my smaller scruffy, and I'm going to make some little clusters of wisteria here and there on this ball. Make sure that you don't overpounce it because you want to see all the shades from the purple to the white, all the shades in between. Okay, just a little bit here and there. All right, then I'm going to come in and do a few little trailing flowers. A few little blossoms here and there, and they're just little teeny strokes. See that? Very simple little strokes, almost just dabbing the brush.
Hey,
and
welcome
then we
back,
want to come
Tom.
in
Thank
and
you for
put
the
a few
resub.
little 1-stroke leaves, just occasionally. I like to add some brown to this green on these leaves so
This is
that
definitely
they're a little more muted.
cheap Italian restaurant art.
And just add a few of them here and there. You don't have to add a lot of them because it'll make it look really good and natural, just with a few, and you'll have that illusion.
Donna's from New Jersey, right? I think she's
So I'm going to
probably
finish this up
painted a
and
lot
come back
of,
and show you how it looks when it's all done.
painted more than one wall of an Italian restaurant.
Now, isn't that fun? Added a few curly cues, filled it all in, and it turns out amazing. And you can put it in many places, in your hallways or just that special spot that needs something.
Wait. Status code 403. Why would it be status code 403 and then invalid character less than sign looking for beginning of value? Okay, that's got to be coming from OpenAI. Yeah, maybe my API token is out of date and
Let's
expired.
take a minute and practice the strokes that
And
we're
that's the
going
way
to
it's
use
choosing
on
to
our
tell me? I
armoire,
don't know.
our bed, and our table. The first stroke I'm going to practice is the rose. We've got this garden rose. I also have a reusable teaching guide where you can practice my strokes right on top of the guide. Take a paper towel, wipe it off, and practice again until you feel comfortable with the strokes. Now, this isn't necessary. You can just practice with me as we're doing it here on the easel. What we're going to do is do our first stroke, and we're going up, out, up, and see how I'm really wiggling the stroke? Well, we keep picking up paint and we do the same stroke over and over around the skirt of the rose. This is a pretty garden rose. It's kind of an open rose and it's real simple strokes. And make sure that you don't make them exact and even. Really rippling the edges of this stroke, the rose. And then let's do a partial one. And this one is like it's tilted upward and you're not going to see the center of this rose. And it's layering it right on top of the petals in the back. And then you can do a little bud kind of off to the side too. Now to do the center of this, we're going to pounce our scruffy into sunflower and thicket. What I used before was yellow ochre and wicker white, so this sunflower and thicket makes a nice contrast. Okay, now we're going to work on some leaves. We're going to pick up the thicket and sunflower, and I'm using my large wall brush for this. This is number 1, and we're going to put our V here, and then we're going to start right on this side, pushing, wiggling, and then sliding to the tip. Push, wiggle, and slide to the tip. And then right away we pull the stem into that leaf so that you're separating the paint as you go. And right here we're going to pull little strokes down from the bud on the chisel of the brush. Same thing here. All right? And then we also have this one stroke leaf. Push, turn, lift, pull the stem in. Let's practice the sweet pea. This one's with berry wine, wicker white, and I'm going to put these in as fillers on our design. And when we're doing this guy, it's kind of like we just did right here. We're wiggling, I'm holding the white out, I'm doing a nice ripply petal, stroke upon stroke, and you can make it as fluffy as you want, and see how I'm doing a little chisel edge on? Well, if I don't like that, I'd stroke right over that again. Look at that. Little ripples and the chisel edge stroke. Now let's paint the wisteria. We're going to use our scruffy with our white and our plum chiffon, and we're going to pounce a round area, okay? And on this round area, we don't want to take and turn our brush around in a circle because we won't like that look. What we want to do is pounce the round area, then lean our brush on its edge and pounce a little trailing off of that. Now make sure that you don't get muddy. Make sure that we have nice variation of color. And now we're going to go paint, after you practice a little bit, on our armoire. The first thing I want to show you is how to lay out the design on our armoire. I've got a design on this side I've already painted, and we're going to mirror image it on the other side. So the first thing I want to do is pick this big flower because I'm going to put the large elements first. And the big flower right here is going to come over here. So let's decide about where this point is, and we start painting this large blossom. And we want to make sure on this large rose that we have really pretty outer edges and that it's a very nice looking blossom since it's the largest and the focal point on this spray that we're going to do on this side. So we're going all the way around, continuing to pick up paint so we have a nice fresh outer edge. Now I want to paint the half of a rose down here, the one that's kind of leaning downward. And it doesn't have to be exactly the same as the one on the other side because in nature things are different, remember. So we just want to make sure that it's proportion-wise and position-wise it's about the same location. Now we're only going to do half of one because we're going to scruffy in the centers there.
Howdy online
so
VCR.
Go ahead now because those are the only two that we're going to put the center on. And I'm picking up the sunflower and the thicket on my scruffy. And I'm going to come in here maybe on this
Everyone welcome VCR Uncle.
Downward. Come around so I get plenty of green in there. And then pick up on this one, I want the green going down also because I'm going to lay the next half of the rose right on top of that.
I'm just trying to...
So I want this edge to look nice.
Listen, everyone is a VCR Uncle.
So now we're going to come in, and you can do it right then, right while this is wet because we're not using water, we're using real thick, creamy paint.
I don't know, we'll have to find out.
Paint right on top of that center so that as we're putting these petals, it kind of peeps out from underneath. Right there, right on top of it.
I think
now,
my
let's
API
pick up
key
the
is
paint
just
and come right over here
bad.
and do another half of one.
I think it
And then I
expired.
start making my positioning here for my arch, the spray that I'm going to have coming around. I have a little bit this way, a few little pieces here, little pieces there. Now let's come up here. We're going to have another half of one here. And see, this is the foundation for all the design, because after this is in, all we're doing after this point is filling in, which makes it really fun, because the little filler flowers just make it start coming alive. Now let's put another half of one here, and I'm going to get progressively smaller as I'm going up this way, up here.
I think
Pick up
this,
more
the
white,
ghost
see
thing
I'm
is
losing
actually
my
just an
color,
outage.
Make sure that I come back in with white. Picking up school bus yellow every so often to have a brighter yellow in here. See these chisel edge strokes? Those kind of give you the illusion.
Or else
of
I
a
got banned
flower
or something
petal
from OpenAI.
when we want little teeny buds.
If I try to load my
bit in
account
here,
details,
and then up
it
here.
gives
Now,
me errors.
We've got this. Let's come up here. Because what we want to do next, remember I keep picking up more paint, so we have lots of fresh paint. I'm going to decide it's about that far from there, so I'm going to come about that far from there, and that kind of gives you a good position on where to go next. And I like to use the handle because it's in my hand and it's right up here with me when I'm painting.
Well, that's fine. We
Makes
can
it
still have
easier
fun
than
with other
carrying a little ruler.
commands. Like,
And think about this if you're in the corner of a room. That's how I decide on
BC.
where to put it, is by using my paintbrush. All right, so then I'm going to mirror image this over here. Come down here a little bit. So I'm laying all the yellow down first. Over here a little bit. And finishing off with a smaller one there. So after I did this spray, I felt like I still needed something up here, and that's why I went up there and put something there.
what is
So
she
now let's
doing?
come in
Sorry,
here. I
I've
can
been
actually use the same brush.
attention to
come over here and just
debugging.
load some green on the brush because we're
What is she
using yellow,
doing
which
to this
made it
poor chifferobe?
Easy to do. Saves time of reloading another brush. All right. So the first thing I want to do is put some.
What would you guys
large
call
leaves.
that?
See the really big leaves? Let's come over here.
Would you
and
call it
put
a chifferobe?
Really big one right in here. And this is where I stop worrying exactly where the other side's placed. I really like to make sure the big flowers are in, and kind of that I have the same amount of large leaves on this side.
I
But
guess a
then
chifferobe
I
is
don't
different.
even worry about the other side afterwards, after I pick up that
My
point.
mom had a
because I'm just
chifferobe and she loved
trying
it.
to get about the same positioning. Make sure that I pull my stem in. Maybe put another leaf right here. Now, if you've noticed, I'm using the same large 1-inch brush as I was using
Yeah, we
for
had
the
a
flowers for these large leaves.
when
Maybe
we
a
were
little
watching,
half
I think
one
it
up
was
here.
a tape about the Scottish
right,
Fiddle
put
Orchestra
the
that was
stem
in
in
their tour of
here.
Canada, which was an excellent tape.
Those are just little chisel edge strokes
The tape
downward,
at one
pulling
point
it
was
back
like,
towards
and now
green spray.
the band is going to
here
the
too.
capital of British Columbia,
back.
Vancouver.
Go ahead and pull all this in, because that's like the bases underneath
Which,
all the little.
as I learned and some
fuller
of
petals
our
we're gonna
Canadian
put in
friends
the
already
little
knew,
flowers
is
and
not
then
actually the
pulling
capital of
leaves.
British Columbia.
Pulling those stems down. And it
So I
starts
just
looking
made this
like
command
something.
that randomly
And
picks
what's
a
funny
municipality
is that as you go, it's kind of
in British
interesting to
Columbia
see how
and calls it the capital.
each position, each step that you do kind of looks good on its own, and you could stop kind of right there by the time you got your leaves in. But then as you add each element of your design, it just embellishes it and it makes it just look so much better each time you add something else. And some people like less more than more. So you want to make sure that you decide where you want to go with it. I wanted to go with a lot. I wanted a dramatic look. Come up here, let's place this in here. And then we got a center to put up here. But
Yeah,
I'm not worried
chifferobes
about
are very
that. We
central
can
to
get
Kill a
it
Mockingbird.
later. Let's keep, see how pretty all the shading is? You get blending, shading, and highlighting with each stroke. I've got the yellow, I picked up a little white every once in a while, and see all the pretty shading in there? That really makes it look like you've worked hard to blend, shade, and highlight.
Trail
And
BC.
we know it wasn't hard, right? So we're putting a few more leaves here. Now, we want to come in at this point.
It looks
and
beautiful.
we could put some little one-stroke leaves in. And I might just put a couple of those to show you how I would place it. I would
Kootenays.
use my fingers like this to decide which
Kootenay?
direction to put those little leaves. You don't want leaves coming back towards your main design. You want them going out and away, out and away. And you don't want them all blowing one way, like the wind's blowing it all one way. You want to have some this way and some this way. So we're placing this out that way, and then we're pulling our stems into it. So now let's pull in the stems to that, add a few more, and let's paint our sweet peas. So you can see how I would lay those in. If you see, we have a pretty little spray here, a little spray there. So let's do a few of those and see how those add to our
Bella,
design.
I have a recommendation.
And they're very simple. I come in, pick up my berry wine and my wicker white.
When you feel like you need a break,
even though
a getaway, a
very
vacation,
dark,
a retreat,
I'm putting a lot of white on my brush. And so
just
when
run the
we're
BC
painting,
command,
we're going to start
and
down
whatever comes
here.
up, drive there.
See how nice that
Just spend a
white
nice
is?
weekend
The white's
in
really nice and vivid. I'm painting the back
gimme
of the
one.
design, then I come right on top
Let's
of
try
this
it out.
and start laying on the front petals.
The town of
Each
Gibson's.
individual one, so
How
it
far is
looks
Gibson's
like
from you?
layers. Then I get smaller as I'm going up.
It's a coastal community.
Like they're on a stem.
Population about 5,000.
Adding the little strokes on top. Smaller.
It looks very quaint
Smaller.
and beautiful.
And see, I'm really just pulling little strokes down and it starts looking like something amazing, right? So you just come in here, add a few more, picking up white and berry wine each time, remembering the only thing you see when we're all done is that little white rippled edge. Come up here, maybe just fill in some petals up here, little short, little downward chisel strokes.
I passed by, there's a little free library
And I'm going to come right in the
in our
bottom
town
here
that I walk by all the time.
Buds and pull.
And it's a very similar experience to going to a thrift store and looking for VHS tapes because it's like 50%
we want to put in some wisteria.
religious
and we're
stuff.
going to pick up wicker white and plum chiffon.
And I found this great book.
Come in here, let's say about right here.
I know this is Golden VCR and not Golden
area,
Library, but
how pretty the
The
purple
Leadership
and the white
Genius
is.
of Jesus,
Don't
Ancient Wisdom for
overpound it.
Modern Business.
Brush on the edge and taper off.
You can
Now,
learn
I'm going to put some little script lines.
the What Would Jesus Do perspective
on here,
on things like
and then we're going to be finished. We're going to come here, take a little
critics,
finger,
accountability,
fill in with these curly
decision
cues,
making.
and that really adds to your project. So
Calculating your net worth.
Stop at this point and go back and finish all your piece, and then we'll go to our next project.
They also have the management methods of Jesus and the people skills of Jesus. I read through some of these, and it seems like it's just like they just took an already written book about daily business wisdom and then just tacked on a paragraph at the end that was like, Jesus would have done this. Use the same supplies for all bedroom projects.
Now I want to take the design that we've just done on the armoire and let's take it to our bed. What we want to do is look at this headboard and decide how I would put my design on the headboard. There's numerous ways you could do on this piece. We could do a little motif on each corner, or what I'm probably going to do is take this one straight across the front. If I had an arched headboard, I would just arch my design right across it. But these are really fun because it'll pull it all together in your room. So the first thing I'm going to do is come, remember, and put my large blossom first. Making my skirt all the way around. Remembering this one needs to look really pretty because your eyes will go right to this design. And then I'm going to come out on both sides, filling in my blossoms. I'm going to get smaller as I go outward. All right, putting in our leaves next. Our large leaves. cleaning our stems. And then we're going to fill in with our filler petals.
Okay, yeah, it was
an
OpenAI.
Now what we're going to do is I want you to
Hiccup.
go ahead and fill in your design, and then we'll come back and see how it looks all finished.
Wait, I'm sorry, that was covered up. Continue to one-stroke your headboard as Donna completes her apostrophe S. Get ready for some bedroom projects with Donna. This tape is almost finished, and then we will be moving on to Eyewitness Mammal.
All right, there's the design all finished. Isn't that great?
I'm really digging this music. Hey!
And what I want to do is
It's
show
1,000
you
bits for
after I
cake.
put
Thank you,
my
Green
finish
Day.
on this wall,
And it's a
just
Peter
go over
Gabriel
it
steam
on my
train.
front, made circles and then pounced on it to lift up some of the color, and it was on a white
Thank you.
background.
To
So
Green
now
Day
I'm gonna
and also
decide
Twitch.
how to lay my design, and arches
The
are
fun
great
September
because
promotion.
you couldn't really put a border on here without difficulty. So what's great is that we can paint one on there. And you can also paint up in this area, which is fun too.
I really
if you
want
just
Donna to do
little
a
bit of design.
tape about
And what we're going to do is match some of the other colors
painting
in
Wile E.
the room
Coyote
and
fake
put our
tunnel
roses
entrances on the
first.
side
We're
of
gonna
caves
use the garden
of rock
rose.
walls.
And I'm going to put my first blossom right here, large and focused in the middle of the arch. And I just kind of eye that. If I go over a little bit too much on one side, then it makes it easy to just put a little partial bloom here. You don't have to start over. But if you do feel like you've messed up, if you keep a dampened, wet wash rag with you, you can wipe this off and start over. But you have to do it really quick as soon as you've painted your design that you don't like. All right, then I'm going to come in here, make a couple little blossoms like a partial bloom. And maybe this will be the only one with a center in it. And then we're going to come over here. So one's going up, one's kind of going down. Overlay on top of this another layer of petals. And then let's just pick up a few little partial blooms here, real simple strokes. I'm almost just chisel edging these, where I'm coming this way, pull back, wiggle, pull back, chisel, chisel, chisel. I used wicker white, school bus yellow, a little bit of school bus yellow, and the yellow ochre. So now let's go in here and put our center. We're going to pick up some yellows with the thicket. I'm going to use a little bit of school bus yellow this time, a little bit of sunflower, and pounce the center. And then pick up the same brush that had the yellow on it, and let's pick up some thicket. And we're going to add our green. We're going to put our vines in here first, grab the center, pull back right here. 1, 2, 3 little chisel edge strokes so it grabs your blossom, pull it back to the main flower. Make the vine trail across the other vines, really free and natural looking. See this? So I've used the yellow flowers for my placement, and then I just came back and pulled the vines back to the main blossom. So it's like a spray.
Continue to one-stroke your archway as Donna completes hers. How many syllables is in that word, Green Day? Is it Trantonian? Is that 3? Or is it Torontonian? 5. Yeah, I would assume Trantonian. What do you call people from BC? British Columbianos? That's so boring, though. Oh my God.
Wow, doesn't this room look great? The best part is you can do it too. I'm Donna Dewberry. See you next time.
All right, I'm sorry. I want to just capture this beautiful moment. I do have a clip of Donna from a previous one-stroke video. And I could just add this to it to make the Donna highlight reel.
Wow, look great. The best part is you can do it too. I'm Donna Dewberry. See you next time.
For more exciting ideas, visit our website at plaidonline.com.
Oh, thank you for the bits. Very grateful to have your support, everybody. And now, speaking of, it's time for cake before we dip into Eyewitness Mammal here. Courtesy of Green Day Rock. It's the one, the only. Cake. What is it? From Threads. Threads. Cake. Boom.
Right,
here we go.
Right. Well, why didn't you say so? They've got cake!
One-stroke cake. For a full list of songs and other clips, including Dog Bites Mop, see this link.
Grab your dancing shoesies.
Do the elephant what to say.
Shake your train caboose.
Everybody, we got cake. Nothing could be sweeter.
That cake and Big Band meter.
Raise your hands and move your feet.
Everybody, we got cake. We got cake. We got cake. Cake. We got cake. Cake. We got cake. Man, the joint is jumping.
There's so much Ella bumping.
This beat here sure is thumping.
Everybody, we got cake.
Hey, catch you ain't joking.
This pachyderm groove is smoking.
This band's so hot I'm soaking.
Everybody, we got cake. Cake. We got cake. Cake. We got cake. Cake. We got cake. Cake.
Oh, hey, thanks for letting us have my party here.
Oh, you're welcome, old chap. It turned into quite a party after all. That cake was absolutely inspiring. I don't suppose I could get the recipe for my wife.
Quite right.
Well, all my recipes
I've decided
are
that
back home in
the
my kitchen.
cake song no longer needs to include the 45 seconds at the end where they just talk.
Preste bem atenção na mensagem que você vai assistir agora.
This is a bonus clip because I really like this one and we haven't seen it in a long time.
A UBV, União Brasileira de Vídeo e seus associados, irão revelar a sua mais nova arma contra a pirataria. Chegou a nova fita padrão UBV. Nova fita na cor azul, desenvolvida com ultra pigmentação de alta resolução. Flat preto. Logomarca da distribuidora. Título do filme. Nome da distribuidora e CNPJ. Marca de segurança UBV, recobrindo o título.
Well, if you look up Broadcast
para
39,
assegurar ainda mais a qualidade dos produtos distribuídos pelas empresas associadas à UBV. Fita legal. Certifique-se destes princípios. Verifique estes padrões. Quem leva para casa essa garantia é você.
Se você estiver assistindo este filme em fita de cor diferente, ou tiver qualquer dúvida quanto às associadas ao UBV, ligue para 0800 11 39 41. Você pode estar sendo lesado e seu aparelho pode estar sendo danificado.
All right, so we've got up next Eyewitness Mammal, narrated by the one and only Martin Sheen. This is from 1996 in the Eyewitness series. See the world as never before. Mammal, what incredible talent do dolphins and bats share? How can you tell the oldest elephant in a herd? Mammal reveals the most amazing facts and folklore about our favorite furry animals. Towering or tiny, ferocious or friendly, mammals trot, hop, swim, and soar. Meet the mammals that make up this huge and varied family. Can we get a prediction for whether this one is produced by Bill Butt? This was sent by Trill Girl. Yes, yes, this is our newest. Oh, look at that dog. Look at him on his little hunches. Well, up in the air. It's time for Eyewitness Mammal. I don't know. I don't know. I want to be in suspense about whether it's Bill Butt. Here we go with Eyewitness Mammal. Oh. Also, yeah, farewell Russian VOD viewers. We do, I guess, want the whole... Oh, shit. We want the whole intro, don't we? It would be a crime to cut it off. Thank you for the butt prediction. This one's surprisingly loud. Let me crank that down a little. That little trill on the pan flute always gets me. Ah, that little trill.
They can be towering. They can be tiny. Ferocious or friendly. They trot, they hop, they bound, they flap. They're everywhere on Earth.
Man, what's up with my color temperature today?
And even beyond. It's a big family, numbering more than 4,000 species, one of whose members is us. We are all mammals. We have a lot in common with our fellow mammals. Native American stories make much of the bond between humans and their furred cousins. They tell of mythical ancestors who could assume either shape. All mammals, no matter what shape they end up as, begin life's journey as a tiny fertilized egg in their mother's womb. They all look pretty much the same at this point. They're all mammals, but who can say which of these will become which of these? What makes this mixed bunch a family? What makes an animal a mammal? There isn't one single thing, but mammals share certain characteristics. They tend to be furry, and they're all warm-blooded, which means they can adjust to extremes of climate. But what really sets them apart is that mammals feed their infants on milk, customized nutrition produced by a special gland, the mammary gland, from which the mammals get their name. Most mammals grow within their mother's bodies, rather than an egg.
Give me milk, not soda.
Vulnerable as newborn mammals always are, their mother's milk quickly puts a spring in their step.
And vitamins.
You can always tell a mammal by its skull. Unlike other vertebrates, mammals have a single lower jawbone. The first mammals were small, shrew-like creatures. They lived in the shadow of the dinosaurs and even stole their eggs.
Good morning,
Josh. The tiny
Josh.
creatures thrived. Flexibility is the mammal's middle name.
How you doing?
Unlike the doomed Tyrannosaurus
We've been doing
Rex
good. We
and
learned
his
about the
brothers.
rainforest and FolkArt one-stroke walls and furniture, and
The mammals were survivors.
the leadership genius of
They
wisdom.
investigated just about
the leadership
every
genius of
evolutionary
Jesus,
turning
ancient wisdom for
with some
modern business.
Extraordinary results. Our cave-dwelling ancestors certainly had some exotic company. They used
Also available,
Geographic
the management methods of
and
Jesus.
the giant sloth as tall as 2 men.
Information on public relations, recruiting and hiring, communication and
was
ethics
an early rhinoceros.
from Jesus of Nazareth.
And the woolly mammoth was just one of a family of 350 trunked animals whose vast appetite and slow breeding cycle didn't serve them well. The only survivors of this evolutionary avenue are the African and Asian elephants.
I got it out of a little free library, and it came with this. It has this Christmas card stuck inside. It says, "Merry Christmas 2000.
The developing mammals
Love,
soon
Grandma
show their
Robinson.
differences.
Your grandfather
The
was
first
so
offspring
proud
to
of you."
appear are the mice.
I thought that
they have
part was
raced
sweet.
from conception to birth in only 3 weeks.
So apparently,
Newborn mice aren't
whoever
quite
was reading
ready
this
for
book
the outside world,
24 years
but
ago
soon they've acquired the mammal's
didn't
most
finish it.
obvious asset, an all-weather fur coat. The sheer speed of their breeding cycle makes rodents the most numerous of all mammals. Mammals' fur is indeed their crowning glory. Polar bears have a double layer. In Arctic temperatures, they'll need it. The glossy fur hides a secret. Underneath thick white hairs, the polar bear's skin is black. It's a clever device, absorbing the solar energy reflected by the long outer hairs. Fur works by keeping body heat in and cold air out. But you can have too much of a good thing. Come summer, this sheep will welcome a haircut. Though not perhaps the style. We can see the difference. Where he's red, he's hot, and where he's blue, he's not. Humans have always had their eye on the sheep's
Odd or
adaptable
not, sheep
coat.
edition.
In Greek myth, the hero Jason and his Argonauts survived untold dangers in their quest for the magical Golden Fleece. The risks were worth taking. The fleece was said to be capable of bringing the dead back to life. The mammal's coat does more than provide warmth. It can send messages. The skunk's stripes are a warning sign, which no one ignores twice. Its stink bombs can be launched to devastating effect. The porcupine's coat makes a different point. It is fur, but it isn't furry. The Greek philosopher Aristotle thought the porcupine fired its quills at predators. In fact, it just backs into its enemies, but that's usually enough.
Back it on up.
The hedgehog is another prickly customer. Its dense spines discourage predators and are useful in case of accidents. If a hedgehog falls from a height, it bounces. The hedgehog's spines develop soon after birth. In 11 days, it goes from soft bundle to spiky scrubbing brush and is ready to face the world. Infinitely adaptable, mammals like the Arctic fox use their coats as camouflage. Sometimes a mammal needs a wetsuit. The otter has a good one. Its long surface hairs are waterproof and keep the fur underneath dry. There's only one mammal whose natural coat is insufficient for its needs, the naked ape. So humans have traditionally stolen the coats of other mammals. But it wasn't always easy. Bears aren't called grizzly for nothing.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that the image generation treats every hedgehog as Sonic.
For a smaller fare.
We discovered this a while back.
And they're always
we had a stream that was just hedgehog imagery for like 2 hours.
The exuberant bear has become our most popular symbol of childhood innocence. But then we've always embraced our fellow mammals.
Like if you just do blank the hedgehog, it will give you a Sonic thing.
Our mice at 6 weeks old are ready to leave the nest. In fact, they'll soon be building their own. Mice are the fast breeders of the mammal world. They'll produce several new generations before their more leisurely neighbors have produced one. The domestic cat isn't far behind, with a pregnancy of only 9 weeks. The litter is smaller than that of the mouse, and at birth the kittens are more developed. They've already got their fur, and very quickly are suckling. Mammal's milk is one of their greatest successes. It's a perfectly balanced liquid meal. These kittens have all they need to grow and flourish. No matter what other characteristics they might have, suckling comes naturally to every mammal.
Why is there a bottle? Give me a break. It's very cute, though.
The human taste for milk continues long after breastfeeding finishes. Then we take advantage of other mammals' milk, as cream, butter, yogurt, cheese. But how about a milkshake made from wolf milk? Possibly not.
Spit it back out.
But Romulus and Remus had no reservations. Legend has it that these two abandoned babies were found and suckled by a kindly she-wolf. The experience did them no harm. They went on to found the city of Rome. Perhaps because of their close infant relationships, mammals remain social creatures throughout their lives. The meerkat certainly has a strong community spirit.
Is that what they sound like? Oh my God!
Meerkats live cooperatively. There are nursemaids, hunters, foragers, and sentries. There's safety
in
numbers.
God, they are adorable.
And mammal numbers can be staggering. As many as 50 million bats were found in one colony in Arizona. Bats like to hang around in groups. The bigger, the better. But other mammals are less keen on company. The average cat lives in a small family of 4 or 5 members, while some mammals have only one offspring. Few infants are closer to their mothers than the wallaby. Marsupials are mammals with a difference.
Oh my
You could
God,
say
it's
they're
so
born
tiny.
twice. After only 5 weeks in the womb, the tiny wallaby, like the kangaroo, makes an epic journey to the
It's a
mother's pouch,
fetus.
where it settles in for another 9 months.
Oh my God.
Only marsupials raise their young in this way. Their name comes from the Latin word for pouch. Marsupials are some of the remarkable mammals known only in Australasia, where they're found clinging, swimming, nesting, and even climbing trees.
Oh yeah, we have raccoons, right? Or what
When
are
Captain Cook's 18th century sailors first sighted Australia,
possums?
they were astonished with what they saw. It was that powerful hop that caught their eye. Kangaroos travel faster than a racing cyclist, and they can keep going for hours.
Kangaroos are so weird. How was spooning a kangaroo?
The piston action of each hop
Was
forces
it
air in and
a
out of the
juvenile?
lungs.
Is it a small one? I imagine, yeah.
For stamina, kangaroos lead 4-footed runners in the dust.
Okay, does
They
it
take
really
a
make
shot at
boing
other
sound
sports,
effects when
too.
they hop around though?
A knockout hopper is unusual enough, but mythical mammals are stranger still. Mermaids reminiscent of manatees. And the centaur, half man, half horse, a legend from the Greek mythology.
I thought that was Zach Galifianakis for a second.
Chiron was the wisest of these fabled beasts. Jupiter placed him among the stars as the constellations.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I really want to see the behind the scenes
Some
of
real-life
the
mammals
centaur
seem
shot.
a little mixed up too. The duck-billed platypus has webbed feet and a beak, and it lays eggs. But because it suckles its young, it's still a mammal. And there's a sting in the tail. The male platypus has a powerful poison gland in its hind leg, enough to kill a dog. But perhaps the most remarkable mammal is familiar to all of us. Humans are the most successful of the large mammals. They take things slowly, 9 months in the womb, and that's nothing to how long this complex creature takes to develop and grow to independence. For a year, we can't stand up. And even then, we have to work
how
at it.
precious.
Other mammals need to find their feet more quickly.
That was a naked baby. Although I do think it was, I almost said genetically altered, digitally altered. Oh, look at the little wooblers.
For the human child,
Tasteful block
infancy
placement.
is about developing mental and physical potential, using the 5 senses to perceive and learn. Sight is our most important sense. We can distinguish more than 1 million shades of color, whereas most mammals see the world in black and white. Some mammals see little of the world at all. A mole rat relies on its snout to feel its way and sniff out food. And a giant anteater also smells its lunch. Termites. Its fast-flicking tongue scoops up 30,000 of them a day. Another specialist, the camel, has adapted to water shortage, as you'd expect from a denizen of the desert. They're super efficient at conserving it and at finding it.
Is that
they can
an
see
ADHD thing?
Rain clouds.
Nudity?
And detect a drink more than a day's walk away.
I mean, I guess a lot of folks do have like sensory stuff.
To go hunting,
right?
But a bat can see its prey without using its eyes. Millions of years before humans discovered sonar, bats were using it to catch their dinner.
Well, I was raised from a very, very early age to be intensely ashamed of my body.
Like someone shouting in a cave or a canyon, a bat gets a measure of its surroundings.
Because I grew up Catholic in the South.
To return.
I feel very uncomfortable if I'm not fully covered up at all times.
Human ears don't hear it. At 200 calls,
I don't like wearing shorts.
Accuracy is guaranteed.
Because I just feel like I'm sinning.
The cloak of
if people see my calves.
Protection. Bats are the only land animals with such a talent, and they're the only mammals who can truly fly. They make up a quarter of all mammal species, and new kinds of bats are being discovered even now. Only one other mammal shares the bat's navigational skills, but its environment is very different. After 10 months in the womb, the dolphin is ready to launch into its undersea world. Mammals have a problem underwater. They're not fish, so they need to surface to take a breath. But dolphins are perfectly at home in the sea. In fact, they seem to rejoice in every moment of it. They like to play. Another mammal characteristic. Like fish, they swim in schools, often 1,000 or more. Dolphins communicate with a constant chatter of high-pitched squeaks, clicks, and whistles. We can record their language, but we still don't understand it. Our love affair with the dolphin goes back centuries. Greek sailors wove this intelligent mammal into many of their tales, like that of the musician Arion.
Thank you for the fun facts.
Faced with certain drowning, he played a lament on his harp. A school of dolphins found him and took pity. They picked him up and carried him to the shore. Mammal communication takes many forms, not always so sophisticated. Rabbits thump their hind legs on the ground when there's danger. Flashing white tails are another warning signal.
Oh, my terrifying dolphin ghost
Tail talk features in the deer world, too.
I don't know exactly why.
A little less subtle is the gorilla. But all mammals have something to say.
You probably can just add uwu to anything and make it palatable.
The male humpback whale sings to repel other males and to attract a mate, repeating its song for hours at a time. Each song is unique to the singer, and its haunting sound has an appeal that's universal. A whale recording traveled aboard the Voyager space probe as a greeting from Earth.
I would be worried about putting a whale recording on the Voyager space probe. Because what if the aliens speak whale and the whale is saying something offensive and we didn't know?
It rounds them up by the million, trapping them in a tube of bubbles. As it surfaces, each whale gulps down thousands of pounds of a spiraling plankton soup. These ocean giants have inspired many a tall tale.
Oh, I haven't seen any of the Star Trek movies. None of the classic ones, I mean.
In the Arabian Nights, a shipload of sailors
That's the one where they go to San Francisco, right?
And landed on its back. They lit fires to keep warm, but the whale, feeling the heat, plunged.
Yeah, I've seen the computer scene.
Seafaring mammals can find themselves in some very icy water. In these extremes, a fur coat, even a waterproof one, is simply not enough. Fat is a more effective insulator, and seals have plenty of that. Blubber may be useful in the sea, but it's no help at all when trying to get out. Without water to take the weight, it's easier just to stay put.
Oh, they're so precious.
But even the biggest seals must come ashore to breed. The male elephant seal is one of the most promiscuous of mammals. The dominant males mate perhaps 100 times in a season. It's now 22 months since our eggs began their journey. In that time, 10 generations of mice have been born. There are 2 families of cats, and our young friend is nearing her 2nd birthday. And it appears the largest mammals are the slowest at getting from conception to birth.
Oh, that little bird.
Length of pregnancy is usually related to body size. An elephant calf is 30 times heavier than a human baby. Able to walk within hours, the calf can keep up with the herd after just 2 days. The young elephant carries on suckling for 3 or 4 years, taking milk snacks little and often. Not always easy with an unwieldy trunk to manage. Later, the trunk comes into its own. It's strong and acutely sensitive to smell and touch. Control has to be learnt. It's a frustrating business, and sometimes the young elephant goes back to basics. Unlike other mammals, elephants never stop growing.
Oh,
it's easy to find the oldest animal in a herd. It's the biggest. Elephants can live to be 80 years old, but in the wild, only 1 in 5 reaches its 30s. In Kipling's classic The Jungle Book, the elephant Hathi was upholder of the law. The tiger Shere Khan was the lawbreaker. In Indian legend, tigers were created to teach humans a lesson of humility through fear. Only when people were properly respectful would the gods instruct the tigers to stop killing them. We may not have learned this particular lesson, but there's no doubt about our enduring fascination with the mammal world to which we belong.
There he is again. Oh my God.
It's easy to see why mammals are so
Galifianakis centaur.
We're only a small part of the animal kingdom, but our effect on the world is out of all proportion to our numbers. For sophistication, intelligence, flexibility, and variety, We simply can't be matched.
Let's see if we get Bill Butt. Ah, this one's Richard Thompson and Richard Sneed. No Butt. That's fine. That's fine. They're all good. Oh, this one didn't insert a 45-second pause before the making up segment. No, but...
The Eyewitness Museum. Created by combining traditional filmmaking techniques with state-of-the-art graphics. Stripping away the mysteries of nature and science to reveal the essence of each subject. Bringing the world into sharp focus. The making of Eyewitness. The distinct style of the Eyewitness books is the basis for each of the
I still
programs.
really want
Each half-hour episode is
the isolated music track.
The
of the
Eyewitness
slowed
book's
down
visual style gives the program makers
Eyewitness
a starting point
pan flute
and a
slow jam.
The challenge of transferring clarity and super realism into moving images and sound.
As a reminder, I still have Eyewitness History of the World on CD-ROM.
The making of Mammal.
We'll have to watch this.
In Mammal, we wanted a centaur to appear in the Eyewitness Museum.
On Windows 95 at some point.
The lower body is supplied by this strong Shire horse.
Oh yes,
Works
it's the
the
centaur.
streets of London every day, delivering beer to busy pubs. The crew is sorry to see he's left his casks behind. Meanwhile, the top half of the centaur is being prepared in makeup. Even cart horses like a bit of pampering.
And so do old men.
Gets a Shire brown tan and beard. For this shot, the horse is led across the Eyewitness studio floor. The handler and the horse's head will later be erased in the computer graphics suite. Now it's the actor's turn to pose. Next, the two shots need to be combined. The graphics designer works with an electronic pen which she uses to manipulate the images on screen. Even with the enormous capability of the computer, each frame has to be individually processed, and with 25 frames a second, a shot like this can take days to complete. Once she's topped and tailed the two shots, the designer can piece them together. A little blending, a little cleaning up, and a mythical beast comes to life.
God, it was so much work to do that on, like, an Amiga.
Whether high-tech or low-tech, it's the end results that count. And with some imagination, even simple props yield striking shots. A centaur can double as a caveman, and his axe, a relic of the cardboard age. But in Eyewitness, the ancient mingles freely with the ultra-modern, and the caveman is digitally processed into a shadow on a virtual wall.
I love how they're showing us the low-budget corner cutting and how effective it is.
Voles to tigers, rabbits to zebra.
I'm running out of hard drive space, so I have to...
have appeared in the Eyewitness studio at
I have to
one time or
upload
another.
a VOD to YouTube right now, so I can offload
Knowing
it
how
from
to
my
make them feel
disc.
at home under the lights is the key to a successful take.
But hopefully there will be no
This domesticated cat
stream
is
connection
an old hand in the
disruptions.
studio,
I have
with her litter
fiber.
of kittens, she was understandably a little anxious.
Oh,
but after she and her kittens had had a little privacy, she felt more at home and relaxed into her old self again. She and her kittens performed beautifully.
Centaurs are just, yeah, it's half caveman, half horse. All right. So that's been 3 tapes. Eyewitness Mammal, FolkArt One Stroke, and Nat Geo Rainforest. As promised, God, the auto white balance is really... It's normal if I lean back, but as soon as I go forward, it gets warm. Oh well, I don't care. I know some people who would go insane if the auto white balance was constantly changing their color temperature. I think it's fine. You're not here to see my face perfectly color calibrated. You're here to watch tapes. Speaking of which, as promised, we're going to end with, this is an 80-minute feature. I will try to be here to enjoy it with you for as much as I can. I might go take a shower at some point, who knows. But this is Star Classics, The Magic Sword, starring Basil Rathbone and Gary Lockwood, with a 29% rating on Rotten Tomatoes from 1962. What's it all about? The Magic Sword. A tale of fantasy and adventure as a young man fights an evil sorcerer to save the life of a captured princess. So it's generic, schlocky, swashbuckling fantasy from 1962. And I do believe it's in color. Yeah, it's in color. That was so long ago. Autofocus, come on. Yeah, if anyone has any any song requests before we watch an 80-minute movie. An 80-minute bad movie. Speak now. Okay, my upload of this VOD is almost done. I have, let's see. Oh god, I only have 26 gigs left. But I'm sure that's enough for 80 minutes. I really need to lower the video quality of these VODs. It's like 12 gigs an hour at the quality I currently use, which is entirely unnecessary for VHS footage. Okay, well here let me find the magic sword, and then we'll get going on this. There's pigs in the pond. Get them out. Thank you, Will. Thank you so much. Excellent. We had cake. Let's unpig the pond. And tell you what, I'll throw in a bonus. Here we go.
Alrighty then. Pack it up, unpack it, stack it up, unstack it, clog it up, unclog it, hog it up.
Yeah, I need to. So I have a
unjam it, cram it up, uncram it, more it up. Somebody come on and
I bought a Synology NAS, a network attached storage device, and 2 6TB hard drives that are rated for redundancy, so I can store 6 terabytes of data on that. And I put my stream recordings up there, and in total, the past 107 streams are, let's see. The first 107 streams of Golden VCR take up 3.85 terabytes. It's like 30 to 40 gigs per baud. So I need to write a script that will FFmpeg re-encode them. I don't want to do it by hand. That's too many videos. And there's network latency to deal with because it's a network device. So like, I can either figure out how to do it on the Synology NAS itself, or I can just automate a process where it pulls each one down to my computer and then re-encodes it and puts it back up and just like run that overnight. I don't know. It's a pain. I could just delete them all. Thank you, Will, for that. And I wanted a little more Will Schmidt. No, I'm recording them locally in OBS. I don't actually save them on Twitch. Historically, I used to use Python for most things, but nowadays I've like my preferred programming language is Go, actually. Or if it's like a really simple thing, like just, you know, syncing down some files and running FFmpeg on them, I would probably write a bash script for that. Yay. All right. So this is, with no further ado, this is Star Classics, The Magic Sword from 1962. This was sent in by Kiwi Lee. And it's apparently not a great movie, but I think it'll be fun. So here we go. Are we rolling? Yeah. Oh, good. It's LP. Typical low budget VHS release of an old movie. Oh, God. This is an awful looking LP tape transfer. Let's give it 10 minutes and see if we want to hit the bricks due to the quality. Oh my God, David Cross is in this. And you guys are watching over Twitch. Like, pure red does not get handled well by video compression algorithms. So it probably looks like complete ass on your end. It's basically unreadable on my end, too. Music by Richard Markovitz. Production design, Franz Bachelin. That's unreadable. Willard Lloyd Hill Harry something. Remember when they put the credits before the movie? Produced and directed by Burt Gordon. It's still way too red and dark.
He's gone again. He left home hours ago. What good is my sorcery if I can't help my own boy? Answer me, someone. He's not fooling me.
Oh, no.
I know where he is. He's at the magic pool again.
Bella, why do you...
Love is his curse. He is in love.
You think I don't know it? I've tried to cure him of it. Am I losing my skill as a sorceress?
No. No, Sybil.
Doesn't my witchcraft cure snakes?
Apparently, I think she played Aunt Enchantra on Bewitched.
An unhappy memory?
Yes. Yes, Sybil.
And why can't I rid the boy of this fever?
George is a man. And human.
Human, yes. But hardly a man. He's a mere boy of 20.
In love.
George. Already a man. In love. He ought to be at home learning a good trade. Like mine.
Pool of magic. Obey my wish. Bring her vision into my sight. That's right. That's right. Find her.
That's right. Come on, you stupid pool.
She's at the palace. No, inside. Perhaps the throne room.
I feel like we could treat this as just a 10-minute preview, and then if you want to enjoy this movie, go watch the Mystery Science Theater. Or it's a riff tracks, right? I looked it up and I saw there was a riff tracks for this. Or do they advertise the MST on the riff tracks now?
Try the sunken garden in the palace by the Oriental pool.
Ah, okay.
That's right. That's right, there she is. There she is.
Okay, I gotta make sure I don't run out of hard drive space. We're good, I'm up to 38 gigs after offloading that file. Because I gotta tell you, I'm not here to deliver riff tracks caliber riffing.
I hope the cold water's chilled your hot temper, my lady.
No, I'm just as furious as ever.
Oh, princess.
Oh, it's easy enough for you to talk.
But you all can do that in the chat.
Fall in love, fall out of it again.
My back really hurts. So I'm tired of sitting in this chair.
But I might as well be a prisoner in a tower. I can't even speak to a man, let alone have him look at me.
It's the penalty of being a princess.
But even a princess should be allowed romance. Oh, how will I ever meet him?
Who, my lady?
The one I could love.
You'll have your chance someday.
You run along.
But your gown.
I'll dress myself.
Well, then what will you do?
Oh, what I always do, sit here and dream.
Princess Helene.
God, all our feature films for families are
Who are you?
like an hour and a half.
What do you want? Stay away. Don't you come any closer.
No, princess. I'm going to take care of
Shout, George. I can hear you.
I must leave here. She's in danger.
Who in the netherworld are you talking about?
Princess Helene. I loved her from the first moment I saw her.
A reflection in the water, and you call it love, you silly child.
Something terrible has happened to her.
Let me see what you're talking about. Magic mirror, show me what has upset my boy.
The princess is gone, Your Majesty. She's not in her quarters, not in the garden, not by the pool. Yet no one saw her leave the palace. We've searched everywhere. Then turn out the guards, Brandon. We have done that, my liege. Until she is found, no one will be permitted in or out of the palace. Who is this?
We found him skulking within the eastern postern, my liege. He won't speak.
There are means to make him speak. Your most serene majesty, you can call off the search. The princess, your daughter, is in my castle, under lock and key. Who are you? Rodak. The sorcerer? I'm flattered that my reputation has preceded me.
Lodak, you say my daughter is at your castle. But why? How have I hurt you? Why have you done this thing?
The answer is very simple. Your father executed my sister for witchcraft when she was only 18 years old. I have waited until your daughter reached that age so that my dragon could relish the flesh of the princess.
Lodak, I beseech you.
Beseech nothing, my liege. Will you have this worm-eaten sorcerer frighten us?
Be careful, Brandon.
Not I. Lodak, I shall find your castle, free the princess, and see you destroyed. Finding my castle is no great task.
I'm going to make a poll.
A journey of about a week. You simply follow the yellow star of the north.
To see what we do here.
But trick
we can finish watching this movie,
get there.
in which case I might go leave and take a shower.
I'm afraid not.
Or we can hit the bricks and watch something else. It won't be a movie. It'll be something shorter, and then we'll end the stream. Full disclosure, my preference is the latter because I think that would be fun. More fun than watching this. But let's do a poll. Sound off. You can do extra votes.
Your curses won't stop me from reaching your castle.
The Princess Helene will make a delicate dish for my dragon in exactly 7 days' time. And now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Branton, my daughter will die. No, sire, for I will rescue her.
You risk the 7 curses?
I made it 100 channel points per extra vote, so it's basically just a button mashing contest between the two camps.
My kingdom too. Trust me, sire.
No, it is I who must save the princess, not Sir Brandon.
Ah, damn it.
I love her. Do you think I'd let you face Lodak's sorcery?
I'm not afraid.
300 years ago, my father and brother were devoured by Lodak's dragon. And my family were great sorcerers in their own right. But they were no match for Lodak. I am no match for Lodak. I confess it. I fear him almost as much as I hate him.
But, Sybil,
You will stay right here at home where you are safe. You can have anything you want. But you're staying here.
all I want is my freedom so I can save the girl I love. But you wouldn't understand that, not being mortal.
I've tried to do my best.
It seems like... All right, well, it seems like enough people are enjoying this Red experience and want to keep
You were only a week
watching.
old when your royal parents died from the plague. I found you, reared you as my own son.
You've been kind and loving, and I'd do anything for you. But I can't stay here with you anymore. I'm not a child. I'm 20, and I love Helene.
That man is not
Talk
20.
to me of love when you're 420.
When your human 20 is old enough to feel love and misery. Now give me my freedom.
I must say you're being very difficult tonight. Oh, well, boys will be boys. We'll have to cheer you up. What's Mother now?
Mother, not that trick again.
George, I've never seen you like this before. Look, If you'll cheer up, forget about that.
This was all just a ploy to get you to use up thousands of channel points.
See the presents I've chosen for you when you're 21.
What sort of presents, Mother?
Come along. I'll show you.
Here's a new poll where you can't use channel points. Why is it so red? Hold on, do you want me to put a filter on this? Is it Mr. Ed?
You like him?
He's magnificent.
He's yours when you're 21. His name is Bayard. He's no ordinary animal. He possesses magic. This is the fastest horse in all the world. No other steed can beat him.
Let's see, more contrast. No. Let's see. Maybe a little hue shift? You want it green instead?
See this? You'll wear it when you ride the stallion.
Does this armor possess magic, too?
No weapon can pierce it.
Oh, we're getting deep fried.
It's Ascalon, the blade. None like it since the world began. It defies all swords in battle. Black magic is overcome by a touch of the blade. So there, all yours when you are 21. Then I'll let you go after Lodak for my revenge as well as your own.
With the help of their magic, I could save the princess now.
No, you're not old enough. You wouldn't know how to use them.
Oh, just let me hold the sword. Just to get the feel of it, please. Just for a while.
Very well.
Okay, that's original. This is with a little bit of color correction. Which is better?
Feels like a part of my own body. Oh, it feels stronger.
Of course. Now come along. It pleases me to show you something else tonight.
Who are they?
Once the 6 most valiant knights in the world.
It's real black magic, Mother.
I wish I could take the credit. I've never been as good as that. No, it was my brother. You like Ascalon, George?
It's just great.
I'm actually reconsidering because I want to go take a shower. Which I could do by ending the stream or by just letting this movie play.
Did the sword do that?
Certainly. One touch of the blade and it opens and shuts. Floors, doors, walls, and portcullis.
The downside is I won't be following this bad movie.
Too, you say?
I'll be left entirely in the dark.
What's down there?
Well, I haven't been down there in centuries. Used to be my brother's safe deposit box for spells, enchantments, magic ritual and the like. Want to see?
They're just
Is
so
there any other way out if the crack were closed
pale
again?
and red.
Depends how hard you work at it. A cousin of mine took 80 years to whoomp up a spell that blew the roof off, but don't be afraid. We won't close the crack behind us.
Well, I'm not afraid. You go first, Mother.
Hmm? Coming, dear?
Yes.
What have you done, George?
Oh no, the tape actually might be dying.
Son, let me out this instant. You can't leave me here. I told you about my cousin.
I'll come back and let you out after I've rescued the Princess Helene.
But if you can't come back.
With a magic armor, magic sword, magic steed, what can stop me now?
You don't know that, George, let me out.
If I had 6 brave men like these, I'd have nothing to fear. Monsieur, you have been a long time to come, but on the behalf of my friend, merci bien.
Why do they speak like 1960s Parisians? They could at least do a Norman accent.
But feel a little nervous. You still won't take these 50 knights who have offered to ride with you?
No, sire. They are all brave men, but one man can venture where 50 cannot.
You are the bravest of all. Return Helene safely, and I'll be the proudest father-in-law in Christendom. That's a strange ring, Branton. You wear it for luck.
Luck must not play a part when your daughter's life is at stake.
Is his name
Go, my friend.
Brandon?
And all my good wishes go with you.
Branton? Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna play this movie. If you don't like it, the stream is over for you.
Your Majesty, these knights and I have come to serve you in your hour of need.
That's very kind. Who are you?
I am Sir George, a knight by virtue of 400 years of noble lineage.
Welcome, good sir.
These are my
I'm just worried that the tape is gonna die while I'm gone.
Votre Majesté, c'est un honneur. So Ulrich of Germany.
Mein Kaiser, we come to serve.
Oh God, it's all racial
Sir
stereotype
Anthony of
knights.
Italy. A servizio. Sir Pedro of Spain.
To servido, Your Majesty.
Sir James of Scotland.
Our hearts grieve for you and your sorrow, Your Majesty.
And last, Sir Patrick of Ireland.
We pledge our lives to your service and to the Princess Helene until she's safe.
That's the worst Irish accent I've ever heard.
For the king, we are grateful for your offer.
But they're not very
I wish you to be
opie
of immeasurable service to His Majesty while I'm away.
for
That's now at
1962.
Patrick Sir Branton.
Oh, you know who I am. Have we met?
No, I've often seen you.
In the field?
Not in the field. And I also know you wish to marry the Princess Helene.
Oh, quite true. You're all welcome to stay and dance at my wedding.
Oh, many thanks. But I prefer to dance at my own.
You're talking riddles, young man.
Don't try to solve them till we've rescued the Princess Helene.
We? I shall rescue Helene.
Monsieur, try to understand. We are all sworn to save Sir George's beautiful lady.
Sir George's lady. What does the Frenchman mean?
Only that I love her and I intend to marry her.
You arrogant boy.
Oh, he's the dopey
You know
boy
the
from
perils
earlier.
of the dark journey.
He got a
We do,
helmet.
Sir Brandon. If you don't share our enthusiasm, we shall be happy to go on without you.
How dare you? Your Majesty, have I your permission to give this stripling a lesson in the use of arms?
I shall not draw. Except in behalf of Princess Helene.
Oh, coward. Draw.
Enough. That's enough. Sir Branton, I like these knights. Surely there's safety in numbers. You and 7 good swords.
7 swords. 7 curses.
When do we start, Sir Branton?
Now.
I hope we get some swashbuckling adventure here. It's been a lot of red talking for the first 20 minutes of this film.
I'm Helene. We know. We heard you were brought in this morning. I'm Princess Laura, and this is my sister Grace.
How long do these prisoners spend on their hair every day?
My last day, unless... Oh, surely you don't believe that about the dragon. There were others here when we arrived, but they're gone now.
Well, then your father will do something to save you. His army is probably approaching the castle this very minute.
You really think so?
Of course. You'll be on your way home by morning.
Typical rich girl, just assuming that everyone's father has an army.
The two sisters.
Oh my God, they're cone heads.
We're free to go home now. Father arranged for our release.
You're not going home.
Surely you must have spoken to him.
I've had 3 long, dull sessions with him, but nothing to persuade him to give up what I asked for.
I don't believe you. He'd pay you anything.
Nothing. Instead, he sent an entire company of his bravest knights on the dark journey. The poor lads never even reached the 3rd curse. Take them away. Come on.
No! No! I can't do this. You can't do this. That just can't be happening. There just couldn't be anybody as cruel and evil as you.
Yeah, these stories never really do a good job of establishing the motive of the evil wizard.
And at least around here, it happens only once a week.
Well, unless you get what you want. What ransom are you asking for me?
I'm sorry, but you happen to be a particular case. I'm not asking any ransom for you at all.
And why did you bring me here?
My little pet will be hungry again in 6 days' time. Come, let's watch.
No. No, please, no. Please.
Listen. Wind carries well. Don't turn your head away. You'll miss all the fun. See? It all happens
It's
very
gonna
quickly.
get dark soon.
Now my little pet can sleep.
Oh, it's horrible.
But it won't happen to me. Their father sent a company.
Well, mine will send an army.
I hate to disillusion you. Actually, for a while, our father seemed content to let just one knight undertake your rescue. Oh, don't blame your father. The knight talked him into it.
And who is this very brave man?
I'm sure you know him. Sir Branton.
Branton?
You don't like Sir Branton? Oh, come now. A damsel in distress can't afford to pick and choose. Anyway, don't worry. Neither he nor his companions will ever get here.
Companions? I thought you said Sir Branton was alone.
He would have been. But some foolhardy young man named George insisted on coming with them.
George?
Of course, you don't know him.
Well, where is he?
Would you care to see him?
See him?
Certainly. I'll show you the young fool.
Which one is George?
The youngest. He's in the lead, riding with Sir Branton.
Those who are wise will turn back now.
Pro, we are getting swashbuckling adventures. Con, they are incredibly dark and hard to see. I can't tell if they're doing like a lot of superimposing of different film prints, and that's messing with the quality, or if it's just a really bad VHS transfer.
That horse is swift. He couldn't be but...
What?
No.
Like even the normal boring shots like this one are still really bad.
We'll kill them both.
Are you quite sure? He beat you at your own game.
So he did.
He'll save me. I know he will.
Not a chance. No one has ever survived the 7 curses of Lodak. That was only the first. Let's go back to your cell, shall we?
And still not a sign of our gallant commander, Sir Branton.
Is the man heathen not to pay respects when poor Ulrich and Pedro are laid to rest? Or is the man a coward not to have lifted his sword against that monster?
Branton's no coward, I'm sure of that.
I will talk of the devil himself.
We missed you at the burial, Sir Branton.
My regrets, gentlemen, are as deep as your own. But since every minute counts, I thought it wiser for me to ride ahead and reconnoiter.
What did you find?
Mount your horses, gentlemen, and come see for yourselves.
Look at that, George.
Seems to be an unsavory region, Sir Branton. Would you be sure now that we were taking the right road? Or is it a road we're on at all? Fog's getting thicker. Where's Dennis? Where's James and Anthony? James! Dennis! Anthony!
Je suis ici, mon ami.
I'm over here. Well, then keep with us. Keep close. Where's Anthony? Anthony! 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 Anthony!
I'm over here. Which way are you?
Here! Find him! Anthony, where are you?
nos amis? Where's Anthony? Where's George?
We will ride on, gentlemen. They are lost for good, both of them.
Not both. Look. Anthony has joined Pedro and Ulrich.
Forward, gentlemen.
My, what a job getting out there. Wait till I get my hands on him.
George?
After all I've done for that boy. To trick me, put me in his power, me, his own foster mother. Where is he?
Lodak!
George, life is in danger.
You're tired. Tired. Rest. Rest.
I'll never rest again until I know he's safe. Oh, my boy, what have you done? Mirror of magic, bring me a vision of my boy.
Why must you insist my companions turn back, Sir Brandon?
You and I have a good reason to continue the dark journey. Both of us in love with the same girl. Each of us hopes to rescue her. For what reason are the others to face Lodak's curses? As your commander, I honestly advise you to turn back now while there is still time.
You hear that, George? We should turn heel and ride back to safety, leaving you and Sir Brandon. Sir Brandon makes good sense. Are your wits addled? Lodak's curses have already claimed Ulrich, Pedro, and Anthony. As long as there's one of us left alive, there's hope that the princess can be saved. And nevertheless, I couldn't blame you for leaving. Between the curses of Lodak and Brandon's treachery, you'll be needing us.
You Irish dog. What do you mean by such insolence?
Dog am I, you two-faced hypocrite? Stop it, Pat!
I demand an explanation.
You shall have one. My knights believe you prefer to continue the journey alone, so you can get rid of me.
What nonsense.
You can't deny that from the first you refused our help.
Well, of course I didn't want you coming along. After all, what man wants to join forces with his rival? But once we had begun the dark journey, I accepted you completely. I have come to like you, even admire you.
Yet you would have us leave Sir George.
But suspicious minds, only because of the dangers involved. Lodak's curses are killing us off one by one, curse by curse.
Be that as it may, I stay with George.
Yet, we'd still be statues staring at that blasted wall if George Hanna turned us into men again.
And what good is it being a man again if you can't help win the fair Colleen? Thank you, Pat. All of you. There's your answer.
I have to admire your courage. Good night, gentlemen.
His tongue is like the honey from a clover patch.
I don't believe a word the man says.
If his game proves to be treachery, it will be Sir Brandon who does not return from this journey. This I swear.
Brandon.
Where are you?
Right here.
Well, I see you're in a good mood.
On the contrary, I'm in a savage mood. I can't stand incompetence. You were to come here alone on this phony rescue. But instead, I must waste my curses to destroy George and his knights.
Talk about incompetence. In 3 days, you've only managed to destroy 3 of these interfering fools with all your magic powers.
Not all my magic powers, Branton. Give me my ring, and I'll dispose of these men in quick order. What use is the ring to you? No mortal can command its magic.
You'll get your ring back when I get the princess. That was our bargain.
Don't you trust me?
Not an inch.
You're insolent. Or if I cast a spell over you and turn you into a dog or a rat or a cat? And take the ring!
Go ahead.
Give me my ring. Now. Now!
Lodak, you can't hurt me while I wear your ring. But once you have it back, what's to save me from your curses?
Why would I want to hurt you?
Why wouldn't you? You're only helping me now because you want to get back this ring which you so stupidly lost. Well, I'll keep my word. I'll give it back in 5 days' time, when these curses are behind me and I've claimed the princess.
You're a tough trader, Branton.
We both know what we want, and we're both going to get it so long as you dispose of these knights, especially Sir George.
Sir George, yes.
Twice he squirmed out of your trap, and he could do it again.
No, stop worrying, Branton. You're worse than an old woman.
If George and his knights are not dead by week's end,
they'll die long before that. And in circumstances worse than anything I've conjured up yet. One of them's coming here now. To his death. Well, the gallant Frenchman.
He followed me. He's seen my horse.
All right. Don't lose your head. Let him come in here. We'll be ready for him.
Frère Jacques, dormez-vous, dormez-vous, sonne les matines.
Et la petite, vous êtes française?
Naturellement, monsieur.
Comment vous appelez-vous?
Mignonnette, monsieur.
Mignonnette. Chérie, Mignonnette, je te cherche depuis si longtemps. Enfin, je te trouve.
Oh, moi aussi. Oh, Denis, je t'aime, mon cher amant. C'est si beau, c'est bon.
Donne-moi tes lèvres. Encore une fois, donne-moi tes lèvres.
Non, non.
Chérie, je te jure, je t'aime.
Oh, moi aussi, cher Denis, je t'aime.
That was close. You saved my life, mon ami. We Frenchmen, we have a weakness for a pretty woman. Lodak bewitched you? Yes.
I should have known that such a pretty creature will not be at this early hour. But I was robbed of all thought, except one. Lodak knows how a Parisian feels.
Why did you come here?
Don't remember? Wait. Mon Dieu.
What is it?
Branton.
What about him?
He's in that mill. I'm sure of it. I saw his horse. He's still there.
Sir Branton.
Senor Branton?
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
Is it good? May we ask what you're doing here?
Well, someone has to do the thinking for you. As your commander, I thought it wise to spy out the countryside. The upper floor of this mill was the only vantage point.
The last time you spied out the land, Sir Anthony died.
You can always turn back, Sir Dennis.
You have heard my answer to that.
Shall we wake the others and ride on? Gentlemen.
Lodak, I almost killed him. I tried. I could have killed them both, but that shield, I couldn't face it.
That shield. Yes, that shield. Magic. Of course the boy has magic.
Sir George?
How else could he have escaped 3 curses? Magic. And I didn't even see it. That foster mother Sybil is working against me.
The magic is strong, Lodak. I know it. How will you counter it? Don't you need your ring?
Not for Sybil's magic. But once I get my ring, that's the end of Branton. And the princess will be fed to my dragon. All I have to do now is to redouble my magic. And all you had to do was destroy that Frenchman. You were too slow. You need to be taught a lesson.
No.
Fall, hag! Fall! For 5, 6, 10 hours. Fall until I need you again. Greetings, Sybil.
Lodak.
You're looking older. Let me see, we haven't met in what, 100 years?
I don't want to talk to you.
But I want to talk to you. You've caused me quite a lot of trouble.
Lodak, if you touch a hair of my boy's head, I'll fight you.
Not a chance. You never had any real talent for witchcraft. You were always 10th rate.
10th rate?
You're quite helpless, Sybil. In 4 days, the Princess Helene will be fed to my dragon. And your George will die even sooner than that. There's nothing you can do except look in your stupid mirror or magic pool. And now I'll take care of that.
Lodak, come back, come back. Now, let's see. Was it 2 mandrake roots? What else goes in? Eyes. No, I won't have eyes in this one. Yes, yes. Of course. Graveyard dirt. Witches of headache, blacker than black, demons of shame, flesh on the rack.
Lodax!
I wonder what Sybil's cooking up.
What's wrong with?
What have you done, Sybil?
I've finished poor George. That's what I've done. I've taken his magic away from him completely.
George has no more magic.
Dennis! James! James! Dennis! Where are you now?
There are the tracks of their horses.
I can't believe they're ahead of us. How could they take this heat? It's getting hotter by the moment. You had no right to let them go on without us.
What could I do? They were up before daylight and belligerent at that. Sir Dennis said that he couldn't trust me to spy out the land any longer.
You could have wakened us.
They swore they'd be back before daylight.
Dennis! James! If the heat's any worse up ahead, they'll be burnt to a crisp by this time.
I cannot breathe. I cannot move my legs. Go back! Go back! It's death up here!
Come back! Stay back! We are finished! Stay back! Dennis! James! Heavenly Father!
I'm sorry.
Dennis! James! Heavenly Father!
George, will you be looking at that man? He's not even hot and we're burning. Why?
Oh, he's supposed to be the Irish one.
That, gentlemen, is my secret.
He has the worst of all the accents. I'm an Irish man, Heavenly Father. I'm from the old Emerald Isle. So hey, what did I miss? Anything? Are all the knights except the Irishman dead now?
The horses won't guard the cave.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of red. Yeah, there was a scene. I saw the scene where Branton was
Where the devil is he?
talking to the wizard.
Must be in here somewhere.
I was in here, George.
Branton.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he doesn't have the magic sword
A
anymore.
long-standing appointment with the Princess Helene.
Or the magic, I
And
guess.
also with my partner, Lodak.
Partner?
Yes, his castle is just over the hill. Any last words for either of them?
You want to escape us, Branton?
I already have escaped you, George.
Magic wall.
What do we do now? We break out. With Ascalon's help. Ascalon? Oh, did you know my sword was magic? It opens floors, walls, gates, anything. It was magic, like your horse. Perhaps Lodak's magic is a bit stronger. Oh, and it's no use. You'll only be dulling the blade. There must be some other way out, Patrick.
So many chunky stalagmites and stalactites in this cave. The good news is that there's only 20 minutes left.
Patrick!
There's a lot of good ghost representation in this videotape. Oh God, yeah. The mere mention of the Mario 2 mask awakens childhood nightmares in me. Oh no, Irish people can't stand ghosts. George is such an idiot. So Patrick sacrificed himself to get eaten by a ghost so he could use the ghost magic to open up the door to let George out, and now George is going to fight the wizard with no magic powers?
He's escaped again.
Sir Patrick, too?
No. Patrick is finished. But Sir George is riding this way.
There was no way out of that cave, Lodak. Was it magic?
No. Not magic.
Then how did George escape?
I think, yes. Something stronger than magic. The power of Patrick's faith.
Oh my God, it's his faith.
He's coming. Nearer. Nearer.
So it really is a take on St. George and the Dragon. It's apparently, according to the Wikipedia article, a pre-Christian story. Jason and Medea, Perseus and Andromeda, Typhon. The climactic and very red showdown is coming. So stealthy with his giant bright white shield.
Where is he going?
Helene.
No, Lodak, I won't allow that.
Don't worry. It'll all work out most satisfactorily, I promise.
He doesn't know the way to her cell anyway.
He doesn't have to. The spell of the sixth curse is already leading him on.
Helene! Helene!
George.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I must be dreaming. But you are George. Or is this more of Lodak's magic?
I'm as real as you are.
I think that one guy is supposed to be an actual conehead.
How did you know me?
Oh, I think I would have known you anywhere. Lodak has shown me visions of you just to torture me. Coming nearer and nearer. We all swore that you would never live to get here.
But I'm here, and we'll leave together.
Oh, I'm too happy to even think.
Don't think. Just let me hold you.
We must go while we can. What happened to Sir Branton?
Rather ask what will happen when I get him within my sword's length. Oh, he's somewhere here in the castle.
Let him go. What does anything matter except us? Our freedom together.
See if the way is clear. Quietly.
Oh my god, that's so many coneheads. I think one of them is Dan Aykroyd.
I was beginning to think you'd never get here.
Brian.
You looking for this?
My lady, it's time for us to leave.
Well, no, Helene, no.
But I want to, George.
Aren't you forgetting something, Branton?
Oh, the ring.
The ring that prevents you from killing me.
All right. Take her, if you still want her.
Oh, I want her all right. She wants me.
Always and forever.
Helene, what is this? Helene!
Did you really think I'd keep my word once I had the ring?
But I don't understand. Where is Helene?
Over here.
She belongs to me. We made a bargain.
I don't bargain with mortals. I destroy them.
Monster!
All right, Branson. It's time to take care of you.
So the moral of the story is that women are property. I think that's what I'm getting. Good 1962 message here.
Mustn't give up, or it's the end of him, the end of them both.
What will you do, Sybil?
I must think. Think. Try to remember the right recipe.
And give him back his magic, Sybil?
Of course, I have to.
Oh, they're doing a Mr. Ed bit with the chimp.
Witches of Hecate, blacker than black, demons of shame, flesh on the rack. It's the next line. That's the one I got wrong. And it rhymes with rag.
Swack? Smack? Snack?
No, none of those. No, I'll go to Lodak's castle. That's what I'll do. I'll give it some thought on the way.
Save him, Sybil.
I'll try. Well, here goes.
I really wanted the chimpanzee to snatch the bird out of the air and eat it.
Sir George, this is the real Helene, I swear it. All right, now, go ahead. Show me how a pair of young mortals in love bid farewell before they die. Oh, very tender.
Gross.
But a little late, wouldn't you say?
Oh, I love you, George. Always remember that.
I love you, Helene.
Come, Helene. Come. You'll have a good view from the window, Sir George.
You can tell this is a schlocky 1960s Hollywood movie too, because the villain is the only person with an English accent. I don't know what I was expecting from this movie. I thought it might be fun. Instead, it's mostly just red. I'm glad y'all are having fun with it. It's got some really but it's just bizarre stuff happening, which does kind of make it enjoyable. Oh, it's the sword. I still prefer Planet of Dinosaurs.
Please, quick, hurry! Hurry!
I guess that was more 70s. B movies really hit their stride in the 70s.
Quick, cut the ropes, my wrist! Quick! Thank you, I'm grateful to you. My sword has lost its magic, but it's still a sword.
Are they gonna show the dragon? I'm guessing not. Oh my God. Movie magic, people. I love giant rubber head. My sword may have lost its magic, but it's still a sword. Proceeds to grab a lance.
Destroy him! It is my will!
Oh, wow. They got flames and everything. So wait, it's all possible through his faith in God, except he has no faith in God that we have seen. And also his mother, who's an evil witch, is saving him. So everything is possible through God and witchcraft. Together.
Sybil? See the end of George? Yes, the ring. Sorcerer.
The witch is his mom, right?
Watch your boy.
Only I could give him back his magic. Witches of Hecate, black on black, demons of shame, flesh on the rack. The next line. only I could remember the next line.
Really a stalemate over there. Just rearing on the horse over and over again. Oh no, the dragon tentacle.
He's even lost the power to attack.
That's the word. The witches of Hecate, blacker than black. Shame, flesh on the rack. Give to my boy the power to attain.
The dragon seems very extra when he's an evil wizard with untold magic powers.
Know my ring now.
Ladrone, ladrone, pickpocket, pickpocket. So all the other knights are still dead, right?
They will still die. Both of them. How do I curse you with all the damnation of hell? Curse upon curse. Defiant mortal, you dared to challenge me. 6 curses could not destroy you. But now you must face the 7th. Me, the invincible. Now will I strike you to dust. Now all you vile creatures of hell, listen to me as I cast the 7th curse.
Oh, that's right. She can turn into a puma. Oh. Okay, that's a pretty good ending. Mauled to death by a puma. Classic ending to every good story. I really wanted it to just cut out there. Oh, they're alive somehow. They cannot die. They are cursed to roam the earth forever. Scarred by the horrible things they've seen over thousands of years. Some of them died in some really gruesome ways. The end. A United Artists release. Well, that was The Magic Sword. Brought to you on VHS by Star Classics. Boy. What a picture. What a picture. What a world. What a show. What a stream. Boy. Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of sainthood, what I could tell. Okay. Let me see if I have a palette cleanser. Does anyone want to suggest one? Otherwise, I can't end on the magic sword. How about tell you what. Tell you what, let's do this and then this. Thank you everyone for joining today. What a great stream. What a bad movie. I think we got our red quota filled for the month. Imagine that cat jumping off of the motorcycle to maul someone to death. What did we learn? Rainforest, painting walls and furniture, mammals, magic sword. We really did learn a lot today. This was a very educational stream. So thanks for being here. Thank you again for your support, everybody, this fine September day. And I will be back here Wednesday. Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern. Hope you all have a very lovely day and a great week. And I will see you again on Wednesday. Take it easy, everybody. There, I did it. Bye.